conversations from the other side. Hollywood lights, street stories, what's really going on? We ask the tough questions long after the hype is gone. Different perspectives, every voice is a shot, because real discussion is something this world forgot. If you've got an opinion, don't keep it inside. Pull up to the conversation, let your voice collide. And more based on real talk, real opinions, let's talk about it. Where your opinion matters, everybody's invited. No scripts, no filters, just keeping it real. If you're looking for the truth, this is how it feels. Yeah, let's talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about it. From YouTube drama to the biggest headlines, we're connecting the dots, one story at a time. Respect the debate, even when we disagree, cause honest conversation is what keeps us free. The comments are open, the panel's alive. Everybody's got a chance to jump in and vibe. So subscribe, join in, and don't just watch it pass, because the next great conversation starts with the chat. About it. Where your opinion matters, everybody's invited. Like, subscribe, share the conversation too. The next big discussion might just start with you. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Where your opinion matters, everybody's invited. No scripts, no filters, just keeping it real. If you're looking for the truth, this is how it feels. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Yeah. Welcome to the place where the truth comes first. Breaking down the headlines, separating facts from the worst. No fear, no bias, no agenda to hide. Just real conversations from the other side. Hollywood lights, street stories, what's really going on? We ask the tough questions long after the hype is gone. Different perspectives, every voice is a shot, because real discussion is something this world forgot. If you've got an opinion, don't keep it inside. Pull up to the conversation, let your voice collide. And more based on talk, real opinions, let's talk about it. Where your opinion matters, everybody's invited. No scripts, no filters, just keeping it real. If you're looking for the truth, this is how it feels. Yeah, let's talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about it. From YouTube drama to the biggest headlines, we're connecting the dots, one story at a time. Respect the debate, even when we disagree, cause honest conversation is what keeps us free. The comments are open, the panel's alive. Everybody's got a chance to jump in and vibe. So subscribe, join in, and don't just watch it pass, because the next great conversation starts with the chat. Let's talk about it. Where your opinion matters, everybody's invited. Like, subscribe, share the conversation too.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Can you hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. What's up, everybody? Let's see who we got in here. Cliff Peters. Good afternoon to you. Good evening at this point. Be positively. What's up? Hey, what's going on? Pure integrity. Hey, welcome back. How are you? Tweety, what's going on? Welcome back. Our second live. I recognize um, Be Positively, Pure Integrity, Tweety, Cliff Peters, welcome. Ada Tally, welcome. Yes, yes. So y'all see I got my little theme song. So I'm getting there slowly but surely with everything. So what do y'all like my theme song? I was trying to do something a little, upbeat. Yes, yes. Hollywood besties. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. I know people are gonna be coming in. So, but I'll go ahead and get started, y'all. We got a lot to talk about. I was gonna wait until Tuesday to go live. Oh man, but I had to come live tonight. So, because we got a lot going on. And thank you. I'm glad y'all like it. Yeah, I like it. I was thinking, I was like, our show is a little more mellow and laid back. But so I was thinking, I was like, well, maybe I'll do something a little more chill, like maybe like R&B, like kind of like slow R&B or like even like kind of jazz. But like I'm like, nah, like it's like we need some upbeat, something that's gonna get us hype. Like so, yeah. So I like it. I like the song. So yeah. So man, Marcus went live today. I was just like, I couldn't believe it. I was recording a video, so I don't know if y'all saw my video where I talked about the first spicy scene that Marcus did, and um, and it was with that homeless woman in the park, and yeah, so I was like giving the history of that because I'm like, well, shoot, I'm like, I don't know when next time we're gonna hear from Marcus, so I'm like, let's talk about like kind of how this whole spicy content got started. And it got started with that lady, the homeless lady in the park. And so I did a video about that, and I decided to do that earlier today. And so yeah, so that I was recording that video, giving the background on when he started that, and that was on Patreon. He started with that spicy content originally, and the first video that he did was this homeless woman in the park, and he had her strip naked and do all type of stuff. It was just weird, and it was just like the way he was sounding. It was like he knew he wasn't supposed to be doing this, so it was, he had a certain way he was sounding. Where it's like you could tell he was up to no good, and then you could also tell he was intrigued by it. And so that was the very first video, and I remember thinking like, what in the heck? What is this about? Like, what is going on? And so I had called into Troy's world at that time, um, when he dropped that video, and just expressed my disgust because I'm like, that's somebody's daughter, somebody's possibly mother, their sister, their aunt, and I'm like, if that was my family member, I would have a problem with Marcus, And that particular night, Marcus called in, and he was just like, well, I don't understand the outrage and the fake, or he called it the fake outrage. And he said, I don't understand, why everybody's so upset. Don't I get a little grace? This is something new I'm trying, and and all of that. And but yeah, I was doing that video, and so while I'm doing that video and I'm telling about that, on my phone, I get a notification that says Atlanta Street Interviews is live. And I'm like, what? So, I was like, let me hurry up and finish this video because I was like, I gotta see what the heck this Joker is talking about. it was just like kind of surreal that he went live when I was doing that video because, I was kind of tying everything into what's going on currently, about how he started that spicy content. And then I saw he went live. So I was like, yeah, let me hurry up and finish this video because, I'm going to have to see what he's talking about. So, yeah, so I went over to his live and yeah, he was, saying way more than what he needed to say. But so that's, that's what we got to start with tonight, y'all. We got to start with that. But let me go back because I can see more people coming in. So let me recognize some more people that are coming in here. Let me see what's going on. What's going on? All right, we got. Okay, I already saw you all. Oh, Dominique, what's up, Dominique? What is up? Yes, I am glad that you joined us and that you caught the live as well. Two sisters in Nashville. What is going on? So let me tell you, thanks to Two Sisters Nashville because it's because of Two Sisters Nashville. She pushed me to go live tonight because I didn't plan to go live until Tuesday because in my mind I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna let it die down a little bit. Everybody's gonna be talking tonight. I'm gonna let it die down. I'll do a video. And Two Sisters Nashville said, "We coming over to your house after Troy's Troy's live tonight." And I said, I was like, I don't plan to go live tonight. I was like, I'll see y'all Tuesday. Y'all can come over Tuesday. She's like, nope, we'll see you tonight. I was like, oh Lord. So I reached out to Troy. I said, yeah, I think they want to come over to my house after your house tonight. I was like, so I guess I got to get ready. So yeah, thank you Two Sisters Nashville. Just so you know, this is mainly because of your comment that I'm on live right now. Hey, Rewind React. Thank you for subscribing and welcome. Um, you're welcome here. Join in on the conversation and feel free to drop your thoughts in the chat as we go along tonight. Okay, let's see who else we got. Who else we got? Oh, Kathy. What's up, Kathy? How are you? Good to see you. Be positively again. Hey, I always appreciate you. I see you around all the time. I appreciate you always stopping by. K9 Cuts, what's up? What's up? Welcome. Thanks for joining. Like I said, everybody feel free to drop in the comments whatever you guys want to even talk about and touch on tonight. Gene Allen, welcome, welcome. I recognize you. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you, Dominique. That's such a sweet comment. I appreciate that. Slime, what's up? What's up? My boy Slime over there in Atlanta, down there in Atlanta. Have you ever ran into your boy Marcus down there, Slime? I'm sure you'll probably give him a piece of your mind. And Rage, what's up? What's going on, Rage? Oh, I'm so glad that you're back. Yes, back for more foolishness. I know, right? We had a good time last night. Yes, we definitely did. And we're going to have a good time tonight, too. Oh, Frenchie, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Cassie, what's up, Cassie? What's up, what's up? Love So True, what's up, what's up? Oh my God, everybody, what's up, what's up? Okay, so Southern Charisma, can't forget you. What's up? What you cooking at your house? And I know we're going to have red wine. Okay, so I'm not cooking. I don't cook. I mean, yeah, I don't cook really. So yeah, good luck with that. But we can go out and get something to eat. But and red wine is my favorite. So on our last live, I was drinking red wine. On this live, I am having a little Pinot Grigio. So I figured I would have some white wine tonight because it's hot. Red wine is more typically. I drink red wine in the summer too, but you know sometimes you want something a little cold, like refreshing. So I'm doing a little Pinot tonight. So yeah, what y'all drinking? Is anybody else having a drink tonight? Look, with all that's going on, look, you be needing a little something to take the edge off, right? Oh man, oh man. All right, let's see what y'all talking about. Slime, what are you talking about? You haven't ran into Marcus. I was supposed to meet him at McDonald's a couple of weeks ago on Candler Road, but he didn't show up. But I've seen Short Dog and oh really? Over on Candler Road. I lived in Atlanta years ago, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, but you've run into Short Dog and CJ, really now? CJ is out here in LA right now. He's been in Hollywood a lot, and I live in Hollywood. He's been on Hollywood Boulevard performing. So, But thankfully, I have not ran into him. A lot of people wanted me to interview him, and yeah, no, that ain't happening. But yeah. Mm-mm-mm. All right, y'all. So yeah, so this live today with Marcus. Um, Hold on 1 second, y'all, because I hear some feedback. Let me go over here and do this. Okay, we good now. Okay, so yeah, this live with Marcus. Man, what in the world? What is really going on? Like, so I go over there, and the minute I go over there, I see this yearbook, and he's opening the yearbook, and then I notice he's with his family and his daughters, and then he was showing them certain pictures, and so I'm like, okay, so is this just he's like letting us watch him and his family like just have their little Sunday gathering or whatever? Like, what is this about? And so of course, instantly in my mind, I'm like, okay, damage control, you know. He's trying to show, oh, I'm with my family, spending time with my family. It's the whole sympathy card. And then they end up leaving. They get in this Jeep, and the daughters are in the back. And then he starts pretty much addressing like the issues, of everything that's going on. And I'm just like, what? Like, for real? So, the main thing he kept saying is, well, you guys that know me, I would never do anything like that. You guys know me. The fact of the matter is, I didn't know um, her age, and I'm just like, you still going with that? Like, that is not a defense. Like, what do you mean by we know you? Yeah, we know you. We know you to be a liar. We really know you at this point. So you need to be coming with something else at this point because we know a lot about you at this point. So you just saying you didn't know is not going to fly. So it's like you need to come with something better than that. And then my thought process went to what kind of lawyer does this dude have? Because any good lawyer would tell you, just like Troy was saying tonight, shut up. Like, don't talk. Don't say anything because all you're doing is further incriminating yourself at this point. And especially by saying you didn't know, it's like, okay, well, why didn't you know? Like anybody looking at her could tell that she's not of age, or at least tell, what, she look kind of young. Let me make sure, that this person is legal. But then you're talking about the fact that he's already doing what he's doing is already illegal to begin with. So, he just lies. That's the main thing that I think when I was watching him today. I'm like, man, Marcus is a liar. And he's very, just arrogant and a classic narcissist. And then the fact that you have your kids with you while you're doing this, it's like you trying to play that sympathy card. It's like nobody feels sorry for you. You have been thinking about this whole time, that what I'm doing could possibly lead me to where I'm at now. And my thing is this, especially for me at least, the fact that again, for me, really where the line is being drawn for me is the underage part. If this underage thing never came into play, I'm being honest with you guys. I could kind of be like, well, yeah, they're all adults. I still am not with it, like what he's been doing. But there could be a little space for me to be like, well, get it together now, Marcus. Do better. But now that we're dealing with underage, hell no. I have nephews and nieces. I just feel like there's no justification. It's just no justification for it. So for me, whatever you have to say, there's nothing to be said. You need to be held accountable, period. Now that we're dealing with the underage factor and you saying you don't know, you're the adult. Check, there's no reason you should know. And then you lied and said that you had this whole ID verification system. So again, you lied. That is the problem with Marcus. He is a liar. And we know he's a liar at this point. He lies about everything. And people like that are dangerous people because he will lie about anything. So yeah, y'all, man, that live. How many of y'all actually caught the live? Because he of course he's deleted it now. How many of y'all actually caught it? Exactly. No one feels sorry for him. The live made it worse. Exactly. Two Sisters Nashville. The live made it completely worse. I'm just like, what in the hell are you doing? Does he have a lawyer to be positively? He says he does. He said that he paid a $5,000 retainer fee. But again, this man lies about everything. I don't believe he does because if he did, any good lawyer would tell your ass to shut the hell up. Like you're not going to be going on live and saying all that he said today. So I believe he's lying. I believe he probably did one of those like free consultations, but he hasn't actually retained a lawyer yet. Because again, what he did today, man, oh no, no good lawyer would advise you to get on live and say all he said today. And then he went on to say that he was going to go on to drop a video on Now Back to the Content to dive deeper into it and release certain audio clips and about this whole crew. I'm like, oh no, no, no. It ain't no way he has a lawyer. I don't believe that. Rach, what you said, I rarely drink moonshine would take me out. Look, now I ain't doing no moonshine, that's for sure. Pretty much my drink of choice now is definitely some wine. Like I definitely, yeah, I rarely do anything like hard like that. Oh man, slime. Oh yeah, Trey drop. Yeah, that's how it worked. He was here last time, but yeah, y'all are big kids. Y'all can stay and hang out with me. So yeah, but let's see, Cassie. What did you say? Let's see. His people are checking on him, then proceeded to say Polo Cash Quita. I'm like, that's not your friends checking on you. That's people exactly trying to get a few bucks. Exactly. So that's what else we're learning now about Marcus doesn't have any friends. Like it's just kind of like Polo. Like it's almost like Polo is his bestie right now. Like I've been noticing that for the past few videos he's done with Polo. I'm like, Polo is like his bestie, which is so strange to me because it's like you're friends with these people. And again, I think I've said this before. It's like it's nothing wrong with being friends with people that perhaps are in a down position in their life or whatever like that. But at the same time, it's kind of like you typically are not hanging out with people that are not doing anything with their lives for a long amount of time, like how Marcus is. It's like he really is friends with these people, and these are, you can tell, he thinks they're his friends, and then he wants to say things like with Feisty, how she's not loyal, but it's like, how do you expect these people to be loyal? These people aren't loyal to anything but their addictions. Like, what the heck do you expect them to be loyal to? They're loyal because they know you giving them a few bucks so they can get something to eat and support their habit. You know, so yeah, exactly. Hey Mario Money, welcome. Yeah, he clearly said that he's verified her age on video. Yep, he sure did. And he's gonna go on live today with all these lies. I'm like, this man is crazy. And and the part about it is, I'm one of those people. I'm a very like understanding person. I'm one of the people that'll be like, oh, I feel bad for that person. Like if somebody did something wrong and like people would be like, what you feel bad for them for? And I'm like, well, maybe it was a mistake. But with Marcus, you can't even feel bad for him because he's so arrogant. It's just like you can't even feel bad for him. But again, it go back to the same what I just said earlier though, but especially when you go into this underage thing, nah, definitely there's no sympathy. Cause it's like, nah, everybody knows. It's like that part with the kids messing with underage. And the fact is, that's been a suspicion for a while now with him, but it's just never really been verified. So this has been kind of like the verification that that is kind of like something that he does. And I'm like, nah, that ain't gonna work. So yeah, what else are y'all saying? Let's see. Um, him. Okay, saw that comment. Um, hey, Jerome, what's up? You said Marcus is about to bring Feisty into his case. Oh, well, you know, that's on her. How Southern Charisma. Y'all be nice with Feisty and that wig, that bird's next wig. Oh Lord, don't look, don't start tonight, y'all. Please do not start. It's early. It's early. We got to talk about the serious stuff first. And yes, oh my God, wait, y'all, please let's be serious to start, and then we can cut up in a little little bit. Y'all about to start making me cut up. So is Feisty in here? Because I keep seeing Feisty. Feisty, you in here? Hey, oh, Feisty is in here. Okay, I just scrolled up. Hey, Feisty, what is going on? Y'all not like I said, y'all be nice because I saw a comment. Feisty, what's going on? Let's see what else is going on, y'all. Okay, so see, I gotta catch up. I didn't realize Feisty was in here. Y'all, so y'all, you know what? I can't deal with y'all. Oh, so that's why Jerome said that. Okay. Okay, so Cassie, now what are you saying? Yes, Alan, I'm watching it as you. He literally just said Polo walked away with tears in his eyes. These are his. Well, that part for me was like, why are you telling us this? You know, it was just kind of like, okay, all right, and um, Two Sisters Nashville. I wonder how old that video is because she just turned 17. She could have been 16. Yeah, she just turned 17 in May, according. Yeah, the mother said in May. So you know, either way, she's underage. Yes, Slime. I see. I finally saw that. I saw that where she was in the chat. Southern Charisma. What happened to his bodybuilder friends? They unblocked Marcus. Man, please, exactly. Hey, Freedom Spirit, welcome. It's good to have you over here. New subscriber. I appreciate that. Yes, join in. Let me know what you want to talk about. Everybody, let me know what y'all want to talk about tonight because I'm, the main thing is this live, but it's tons of stuff we can talk about. Um, J Rock, yeah, yup, Jerome. That's his barber, right? You said that's his only friend. I don't even think that's his friend like that. You know how that goes, like with your barber. Yeah, you could be like, like my barber, for instance. Had my same barber for years. We cool, but when I go to the barber shop, we talk about everything, but I don't hang out with him outside the barber shop. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even think that dude is his friend like that. Cassie, what are you saying? Can I post who has the video up? He is a friend to his channel, I believe. We used to be in Troy chat together. Can I tell where the live is? Oh, you talking about the one that called in the Troy's live tonight and said where the video is? I don't mind because I know where it is if that's who you're talking about. I don't mind if you want to put it in there. I don't mind. But no, don't put it in yet. That's gonna make people leave my channel. No, we talk about that later. Anyways. Uh, what else? Let's see. What else are y'all saying? Talking about running from Atlanta. Feisty must try something at the Airbnb hotel. They're quick to get out of town now. Welcome, YT Milro. Welcome. And let's see. Okay, Cassie. So you were talking about that. Well, well. Most people on Troy's channel they know who he is. That guy calls in all the time. But yeah, I went over to his channel and I'll tell people later. We'll talk about that later. I mean, the live, to be honest, but yeah. Your mama still love me though. Okay, now. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Thank you for coming in and subscribing. Feisty, he said you was talking to the feds. Okay. User UZ9, I remember you. What's going on? What are you laughing at? Oh gosh, Cassie. Okay, you'll post it later, but that's yeah, that's why I appreciate it. I know that's what you asked first, Cassie. Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, of course you can, but then I thought about it. I'm like, well, we wait till later. We wait, let's give it at least a couple of hours. Oh man. All right, what else, y'all? What's up from Dallas? What's up? What's your name here? Shine and Baldwin. Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Brand. What's going on? Not the quality of air. I'm weak. um, yes. So yeah, y'all. So Marcus has resurfaced. So he said that he's gonna release what I guess Tony and Ileana. He said he saw them. I guess they're back in Atlanta. They had moved to South Carolina, but they're already back in Atlanta. So I guess supposedly those are the first videos he's releasing. He said he was going to release them tonight. I don't know if he's released those or not. And then, like I said, he said he was going to release more details on everything with, these allegations on. Now back to the content. Can we say who recorded the live? Um, yeah, it was the guy. I'll say it. I mean, it was because he's always in Troy's live, so he calls every single call-in show. It's Tampa Slots is the dude. He calls every single Troy's every single live Troy does he calls in, and so yeah, it's on his page. I wouldn't even know actually the exact. He was under one of my comments, and but yes, not what did I call him? Tampa Slots is his name. Tampa Slots is his name. So let's see what else. Um, don't nobody care, right? Shining bone. uh, Thank you, Cassie. Oh yes, I love showing y'all my views. I go on those morning walks, so I love. It never gets old, the scenery out here. So I love taking y'all along with me and chatting it up, and talking about the mess on ASI streets. I missed it. Okay, okay, you missed it, Rach. Yeah, we'll get there. You know what? I'll look up his because I don't know his page off the top of my head. I just know that that's his name on Troy's channel. I got you. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. I got all of y'all. We'll figure that out. Um, Freedom Spirit. Hey, what's up? Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. You came from Troy's World. Yes, thank you so much. I love that we have a community to speak up. Yup. Out and about the injustices. Very unfortunate that so many have suffered at the hands of Marcus. I agree. It's crazy. And I just started my channel. I guess at this point has it been 3 weeks yet? Not even quite. A little over 2 weeks ago. Not really knowing, why I was starting it. It just I got a prompting to start it one night, and I was just like, "What? I need to start a YouTube channel." I was just like, okay." So let me tell y'all this story. This is an interesting story. Um, um, One night I was on my treadmill, and it was just like, "You need to start a it was just like, a voice, you could say, but it wasn't. I don't know. Everybody's different beliefs. I know what my beliefs are, but for me, it was just a prompting that I needed to start a YouTube channel, and I was just like, "What? What the heck?" So I was just like, "Okay." And then I was thinking about it because Troy was always trying to get me to start one, and I was like, "Nah, that's your thing. I'm not trying to do that." And so, but then, so I got that prompting, and then so the next day, I was just like, "Hmm." So I had called Troy, and then I was just like, so it was weird. What actually happened? Something happened where my phone, like you butt dial people, and I was like, why the hell did my phone just call Troy? And I'm like, okay. So I hung up, and then he called me right back, and then so then I picked up, and then he just, how Troy just be talking, 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 and so I just let him talk. 'Cause I was like, perfect, because I wasn't trying to tell him I was trying to start a YouTube channel. And so then, so we talked, and then so finally he's like, "But enough about what I'm talking about. What did you call me for? You called me." I said, "Oh, huh?" I was like, "Oh, nothing. No, I was just calling to say hi." And he was like, "Oh, okay." And then I was like, "Dang, I guess I got to tell him." I was like, "Well, I was thinking I probably need to start a YouTube channel." He's like, "What? You want to start a YouTube channel?" Because I was one of his producers, or whatever. So he's like, "Are you serious?" I was like, I mean, I kind of think so." So, anyways, I told him the idea that I had in starting my YouTube channel. And so um he was like, that's cool, because what I wanted to do was different than what this is. It's what my idea was. He's like, "You sure you don't want to talk about Atlanta Street interviews?" And I was like, "Hell no, I don't want to talk about that." I was like, "Why would I want to talk about that on my YouTube channel?" He was like, "Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you already be on my channel, people kind of know who you are, and your comments are always good, and He was like, I'm just saying, just think about it. And so, anyways, that's exactly what I did. I thought about it, and we got off the phone, and I went up to my rooftop in the building I live in, and I recorded my first video. I just was like, you know what? Let me see. Let me just go record a video, and that's what I did. And I talked about Atlanta street interviews. I talked about. I don't even remember at this point what the first video was about, but I think it was about tarnishing Marcus's brand because he accused Troy of that. So that's what I made my first video about. And then I think I called Troy like the next day. I was like, "Well, I made my first video, so we'll see how this goes." And that's how it started. And then the next day, I did started the walking thing because I was like, "Well, I go for my walks every morning." I was like, "Let me just record while I'm walking." And then that's when I thought of the idea of like just recording my walks, like and like showing you guys like Hollywood and like going on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And then it just so happened at that same time, CJ was here, and then it was this whole thing of how CJ was in Hollywood, and so it just happened for me just like that. And so that is how I started. So, yep. So, what are y'all talking about? Let's see. What is going on? What else we need to talk about? Ola selling a top and selling Polo's ID, Jerome. Okay, huh? Uh, yeah, that's a mess, right? Because Marcus said that yeah, they stole that laptop out of his Jeep and Polo's bag and all of that. But I mean, it seems like Marcus made it easy for him because he said himself that he left that his Jeep open, which seems like that's what he does on the norm. Um, yep, that's crazy though. Okay, y'all, what else? Trying to catch up with the comments here. Let's see, who else have I missed? Let me see. Let me see. What's up, Linda Williamson? Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome. And Brand, I think I might have missed you. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in and for subscribing. Um, Kathy, I think I saw you earlier. Welcome. He said so much happened behind the scenes that he would put it on now. Back to the content. Exactly. Yep, he sure did, which is stupid because again, it's like, dude, shut up already. Like, I don't know. You know what? He's so petty to me. Like, it's just kind of like, yeah, it's just kind of crazy at this point because again, at this point, what can you say to justify what you did? You filmed an underage girl in a scene. Like, at this point, who cares? You're gonna be seemingly held accountable for your actions, regardless of what they did at this point, you know? Like, who cares? Let's see. What else are y'all talking about? Marcus said nothing's on that laptop. I call BS. I can imagine the nasty. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Glass Puppy, welcome and thank you for subscribing. Exactly. When he said that, I thought that was. I mean, it's like okay, but guess what? Might not be nothing on that one, but you got another one. You don't think they're gonna take all your devices? Like once they are ready to investigate, they come in and they taking everything. So what? It ain't nothing on that one. Well, I guess he's saying more so for them stealing it, Ola and whoever else who stole it. It's nothing on them for it. But guess what? Again, if they say sell it to somebody or whatever happened and it gets back to the police come and they getting all them devices. So they gonna find the device that they need to get whatever from. So, you know, always deflecting, freedom spirit, exactly. He's always deflecting. And that's what I felt like this whole live he did today was. It was like, what you showing us your yearbook for? But I think that was in a response to something that Troy did with this book report thing about, his upbringing and all that. But I'm like, don't nobody care? Like, and anyways, that man's special. Something that's not right in his head. Zartan the Great, what's up? What's up? I think I remember you from the previous live, if I'm not mistaken, but welcome. You said Marcus wanted that laptop stolen on purpose. Yeah, ain't no telling. You know what? At this point, I don't put anything past him with any of this because it's been too many strange occurrences. And again, he's a liar. He lie about everything. His MO is projecting and deflecting. Yep, it sure is. Yep. Mm-mm-mm. Why did she tell that lie? Does she know that's making her part of the problem? What are y'all talking about with that? Why did you lie? Okay, let's go back up. Why did you lie about seeing Ola's ID on Yarvo TV? You switched up and said he told you, huh? Well, yeah, y'all, with that, mm, we know there's a lot of untruths that's told with that type of stuff. With the main untruths for me are the ones that Marcus tells because should be the one that's a little more, you know, I was gonna say he should be the one that's a little more, sane, but clearly, I mean, he's not. Let's see, you guys. Marcus made things worse with today's live. Be positively, exactly. He really did, man. So worse because I was expecting like when I saw he went live, I'm like, oh wow, maybe he's about to make a statement. You know what I'm saying? Like like that PR statement that all of the people do once they are accused or something. Where the lawyer prepares it and they come on and just like what Troy talked about in his live, what he should have said. Then when he was just like with his family and he got in the Jeep and then the way he was talking, he was like, I just don't understand why you all just hate me so much. I'm like, dude, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, who hate? I mean, I get it. Some people do hate him. I believe certain people do. I don't. I've talked about that before. It's like, equating people calling out the wrong that you do as hate is, come on, like what? Like so you expect people not to call you out on the stuff that you're doing that's wrong? Like, so when he kept saying that, and then somebody in the comments said something, and he was going back and forth with her, and I'm like, dude, this was not the move. Like, you were better off just coming back and acting like nothing happened in the meantime, because it's clear that he had to come back because he has to make money. Like, let's put it there. What I believe is he don't have a lawyer yet. That lawyer told him whatever fees he had to pay. Like he says, $5,000 retainer fee. People think Marcus got so much money. He ain't got money like that because he has a family. He got kids. So, and you talk about, okay, 5K, that's just to start. So I don't believe he retained a lawyer yet. I think, how you can get a free consultation initially, and the lawyer's probably like, well, think about it. Maybe, there's not been any charges pressed yet. So the lawyer was like, just that's just something to think about. I'm here. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. So I think that that's more probably where he's at in that process. And now he bringing his ass back to work because he gonna need some money to pay this damn lawyer. That's what I think. Okay, what else are y'all saying? Let me go back up here. Pure integrity. Something Marcus said on his live is that his daughters will now be living with him. I wonder what's up with that. Did the mother of Marcus's daughter figure that she couldn't provide, knowing that, huh? So he said they're going to be living with him now. That's interesting. I missed that part. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Slime, what you talking about? Make you and Cassie enraged your my moderator. Well, see, right now you know why I don't have a moderator yet. It's because my whole thing right now is I'm in the chat. As you can see, I read my comments. So, most of the time the moderators are so, but yeah, maybe. I mean, we can talk about that. But yeah, I don't really need one right now because, like I say, the way I conduct everything, I'm looking right at it. As you see, I like the idea of being able to really, really talk to y'all. If I'm just doing a show and I'm just doing all the talking and I can't really look at the comments, or if I have somebody say, like how people do these panels, for instance. When you do the panels, it's kind of like you miss the comments. It's like the comments are kind of doing their own thing. And then you got the panel, so you miss a lot of the comments. But I like this concept of I really want to hear what y'all have to say, and then for me to give my feedback. It's like it's more interactive, be able to really talk to y'all because the comments, a lot of lives just get ignored most of the time. It's you don't. A lot of the comments get ignored, so I like to be able to really, really see what people are thinking and what they have to say. Yep, Zartan said the stolen laptop was probably already wiped clean by Marcus. Yeah, yep, exactly. By that point, right? Yeah, probably that's quite possible. Um, that is possible. Yeah, he has no job at this point. Yeah, I agree. Pure integrity, because now, because even he said today that of course he's going back to the original content. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna, of course I'm gonna have to lay low on the other type of content. I'm gonna have to just go back to the original type, interviews. It's like, you think? Like, but yeah, it's clear that, he's I don't think it's gonna end well. That's for sure. The external hard drives. Yup. hmm He definitely just today's live did not help him at all. Zartan, yes, I'm glad you appreciate that. Yeah, because that's what I noticed. This is like you go to other lives and the comments are ignored. Like, and a lot of times the people in the comments have a lot of great stuff to say, and then for whatever reason, people can't call in or they can't come up on panels or they just don't want to. So it's like the comments sometimes have the best, the most sane people. As you look, as we see from when people call in the Troy show like that. Oh my God, let's talk about that lady that called in the Troy show tonight. Um, I was just like, people are really, I can talk to y'all real. I do try to like censor what I say sometimes, but when y'all come in here, just know I'm always gonna be talking to y'all like the way I think. She was so slow. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, I hope you're not. She might be in here. Well, anyways, maybe you need to hear this. What is the confusion about this age of consent thing? Like, what's the confusion? Like, and then her just thought process behind it. It's just like, well, she said, you know how they are. It's like, again, you putting it on the underage person. You know, it's just kind of like, what are you talking about? Like, it's the responsibility is on the adult. It's nothing okay about it. Like, it's just so strange when people think like that. Like, and especially, I mean, I can't say especially a woman, but typically women are the ones that are more so like, definitely get it. So I just thought that that was so strange how she was almost saying that it was okay that she shot that type of content. I thought it was extremely strange. I was just like, you know what? Where the hell did some of these people be from? Because let me not never go to whatever city or town that that she's in. People are on the short, like yellow bus, slow rage. Yeah, see, that's what I said. I'm trying to like, I try to like censor my words because you know, but I'm reading what you said. That was Little Nas X mom defending Marcus. User, oh Lord, was it? Wait, let me think, because I've seen her on Marcus's channel. Could have been, because yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember how his mother sounds. Yeah, it was definitely somebody that clearly was a supporter of Marcus. Because I'm like, what? QT time. Hey, what's up? Welcome. He came live in front of his daughters to push that. It's just haters making it exactly. It's like, man, come on now. And then, but again, he's the one that always says, leave my kids out of it, leave my don't talk about my daughters. But it's like you always bringing them, on your lives, or just like today. What are you trying to prove? You know, I think it was just low of him to do that and to involve them in it, because that's stress. Even though his daughters were acting quote unquote normal and everything, that's stress on kids that you're bringing into their lives that they did not ask for because of your stupidity. And now again, you're putting them on live for thousands to see around the world. They got to go to school. They could have friends whose parents watch that stuff. Now they know that his daughters, are, Marcus is their father, and that's just wrong. It's just wrong. Male identification, Golden Gemini. Hey, Golden Gemini, what's going on? Have I seen where you look? You be in the bushes for a minute, then all of a sudden you pop out of nowhere. Because I have not seen you be popping out them bushes. Hmm. But yeah, male identification. That's what it was. Yeah, that lady glass puppy was a mess. I'm like, lady, what you talking about? Brand, what did you say here? There was no confusion. She said a bunch of B's to say nothing. You can tell she's mentally delayed. Yeah, it was just, people like that. I'm just like, come on now. Come on. Like, I need you to get it together. Hey, YT Millie Roll, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. I feel like Marcus knew that they were underage because if you think about it, all of his interviews are flirty. For that interview, he held back on all flirtatiousness. Yeah, yeah, he knew. Um, this is the thing. Marcus is not that smart, but he's not that stupid either. So he knows but what Marcus does, if he thinks he can lie and get away with something, he's going to lie. And actually, he lies about more stuff than he tells the truth about. I've definitely learned that about him. And if it's one thing I detest is a liar, because it's like, what you lying for? Like, what are you lying? I mean, and people that lie, they will lie about anything. So somebody like Marcus, I don't have any respect at all, because all you do is lie. Cassie, what are you saying? Alan, she frustrated me so bad. So that's why when I called after, oh, that was you, Cassie? Okay, that was you that called after. All right. I said, I cannot believe these are the people we could. Oh, okay. Yes. Yep. I remember your call. Because I guess, didn't you say that that was like your first time calling, right, Cassie? Because you said you hadn't called in before. I think that was you, right? Remind me if I'm right about that. I didn't realize that was you that called in. Yeah. Yeah. No, but you were 100% correct. She was talking in circles, be positively. Exactly. Reading Marcus' comments on this live was insane. It was absolutely insane. Rach, what are you saying? It alarms me people who like that are out there and around or have kids. Exactly. The one lady tonight said she works with kids. That's the first thing when she said that. I'm like, excuse me? But that's why I said it's just like, what in the world? People just think it's certain things that as people we all need to be on the same page about. You know, it's like certain things we just need to be on the same page about. When it comes to kids, for instance, underage, we need to be on the same page. Like, what don't you get about what's wrong about this? But I think it goes back to, yeah, it just goes back to, I think sometimes those same people, had certain experiences in their past that might have been similar. So they grew up and they never realized they still think that type of stuff is normal. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Freedom. Let's see. What did you say? What the heck did your comment go? I was about to read it because you said you were. What I saw it said something about you being one of the callers. Oh, here. Okay. These comments like shoot up, and I'm like, what the heck? Where'd the comment go? Okay, Freedom. You said I was one of the callers on Troy's World, but I was definitely passionately speaking against Marcus victim shaming. Okay. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Yep, exactly. It's like anybody that's not speaking against it, really have to question like what is really going on. Exactly. We dislike the behavior be positively. Exactly. Like now, some people might dislike him and hate him. Now I do dislike him. I take that back. I do believe I might dislike. Dislike is not hate. That's different than hate. I definitely dislike him because I'm now at this point learned enough about his character where I can probably say I dislike him. I don't hate him though. Hate is strong. You know, you can dislike somebody and still love a person. Now hate, there's no loving a person when you hate them, but you can dislike a person and still love them. So I definitely think I might at this point dislike him because I'm like this Negro don't do nothing but lie. So let's see. Thank you, Golden. You're so sweet. I appreciate it. Yes, please like and subscribe, y'all. Like and subscribe. It helps grow my channel. And I appreciate all of you tuning in and just hanging out with me and chilling out. My space is the space we can come. This is your time. You know what I'm saying? I like giving my take on stuff, but like I said, I want to read your comments. I want to see what everybody has to say. I want to give my perspective on it. And yeah, let's just flow with it. Yeah, he would do things, to others' daughters, and his kids should have an exactly. Yeah, that's always been the confusion with me with Marcus. It's like, his daughters, they seem like respectful, young women, and the way even his relationship with them, he seems to, have a good relationship and all that. But then it's like the way you see him treating other young women, I'm like, so it's okay for you to do that with other, it's just like it's just so strange. It's just the strangest thing to me. Um, what are you saying, Cassie? You said, and people were trying to get on me because of an example I use. Child, I said if I was 35, try to do yes, okay, yeah. I remember your call for sure now. Exactly. It's just like certain things. I just even when people are of age, when you're of a certain age as an adult, it's like you a baby. What do I want with you? Like even like the age I'm at now, it just be like even if you in your 20s, mid 20s, even for me, I'm like, you too young for me. Like you still trying to figure life out. Like I ain't got time to be babysitting nobody and trying to, like yeah, like people's thought process is just very, very strange. Zartan, you said Marcus thinks he's so smart that he's stupid. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's like he's yeah, but it's so funny. The thing about Marcus is he knows how to like he talks a lot and he sounds he doesn't sound intelligent, but he doesn't he speaks in a certain way. You know what I mean? Where it's like he can fool somebody. But if you listen to what he's saying, he never is saying anything that really makes sense. It's like, what? What the hell did you just say? Like, what are you talking about? Like, okay. You said oh, okay. I'm sorry, Golden. You've been typing. Okay. Yeah. All of a sudden, I just saw, these comments move fast sometimes. So, okay. Yeah. He has to verify the individual is of age. Freedom. Okay. You spoke on that. Okay. Yep. Exactly. And that's the other thing. So today he was talking about, um, well, you guys should know me well. It's just a matter of I didn't know. You guys know I would never do that if I knew. It's like, but you said you verified the ages. Like, how did you not know? And then again, how did you not know? We all were saying that the minute you put that video, I was like, who are these kids? Like, how can you not look? First of all, this is what really don't make sense about it. He has kids that same age. So how you don't know what a 16 or 17-year-old look like? Man, please. Miss me with that. Some BS. So yeah. A smart ass dummy. Hey, just here to laugh. Welcome and thank you for subscribing. Lord, y'all be. Mm-mm. Some comments I don't mind because you saying the stuff that I try to not say. No one knows everything exactly, and to be honest with you, the smartest people are the people that will admit what they don't know, and see that's what Marcus never does. So yeah, Cassie, right, Alan, if she is hanging out with what appears to be a young teen, what would he think she is? He knew she was young. However, he has gotten away with it for so long. Yep, he feels invincible. Exactly. Yeah, because we've seen it where he's interviewed questionable young girls, like, on this channel, and we're I think that one Kai, everybody was like, oh, she cannot be 18. It turns out I guess she really was 18. But I mean, even that, it was still like she was 18. It's like barely legal, So we already knew it was like, yeah, nah, something something's not right with him. Two Sisters Nashville, as an educator, it was kind of scary hearing her say she works with kids. It definitely was. I was thinking like, what do you do with kids, lady? Because yeah, we need to figure that out so we can contact whatever company you work for, because that was not sounding right to me at all. User UZ, I think Alan may have top comments selected versus all comments, so he doesn't see them as they appear, huh? Do I? Let me see. I don't know what. Yeah, maybe you're right, huh? So I should probably do live chat is what I need to have probably, right? Because I have to, you're right, I have top chat. Some messages such as potential spam may not be visible. Yeah, you're probably right. That's probably what it is. Sorry, y'all, if I'm missing something. So you're saying I should switch it to live chat? Hmm. Okay, I just switched it to live chat, so maybe that'll help with that. But let me know if I shouldn't have done that. But it did change something just now where it looks like I am definitely seeing more comments, which I don't know if it's good or bad. All right, y'all. Let's see what else. What else? I think okay. So I do see your comment again. Top comments selected versus all comments. Yeah, that's what I had. So I think you're right. And then all of a sudden, I do see a lot more comments. Interesting. Okay, cool. So I guess that's the best to have it on, apparently. All right, all right. We'll see how it goes. Let's see. Cassie, I didn't. Okay, yep. I didn't know that was her either. Slime. Pure integrity. It's impossible to hate an individual that you don't know or whom you never met. Period. Exactly. Yep. And that's what I was always saying. It's like I don't hate you. I don't know you. I do hate what I see you doing. You know, like you're doing a lot of messed up stuff to people. Like I think I should hate those things, but it's like no, I don't hate Marcus because at the end of the day, literally, I don't know him. It's a lot that I none of us know about him really. I mean, but we do know some things for sure, and it's like nah, no, that's not cool. Mm-mm. Hey, Shine Baldwin. Welcome and thanks for subscribing. Marcus is a narcissist and lives by his own rules and thinks he's untouchable. Yep, he sure does. But he's about to look, I have a feeling he's about to find out that ain't a good way to live. Shoot. Like he's gonna find out real soon. Um Freedom Spirit, you said, I'm starting to feel like something traumatic may have happened to Marcus when he was a child or adolescent. There is no way that he thinks he's been deceived in a situation that is clearly his fault. Yep. Yeah, something is off, right? Something don't add up at all. Just about his thought process and the way he thinks. It's like something definitely does not add up. He likes to blur the lines. Yep, Rach. I just said in a video. So I had did a video. I don't know if Dominique is still in here about when Dominique told him, um, you know, you need to have a line where it's like, okay, this is my line. I'm not going to cross this. And I had said, I'll go even further to say, yeah, you have that line, and then so many feet before you get to that line needs to be really what the line is, because whatever your line is might be too far. So it's like, okay, this is my line, but I'm stopping even before I get to my line because that line for me, for somebody else, might be crossing the line. But see, he don't have any boundaries. Marcus has no boundaries, and a man with no boundaries, let me tell you, you know, look, that's not going to end well for you. You gotta have clear boundaries in life because boundaries protect you. So, yep, he definitely blurs those lines. His daughters will understand later for sure. Golden Gemini, yup. Mm, yeah. Wow. Marcus speaks in one-liners, phrases, flick talk. He uses the same one line. He does. Oh my God, he uses the same lines every time. It's like he's so predictable. I'm just like, you already know what he's gonna say before he even says it. He knew the truth. He just thought he was gonna get away with it. Yup. Glass puppy, exactly. Brand. So true, Alan. I'm 44 and I don't have time to be babysitting a man. Exactly. It's like who in their 40s want to be dealing with somebody in their 20s? Like, it's just like, yeah, it's just certain things because most of the time you're at two completely different phases of life. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of like I can't relate to you like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like I just think back to like when I was in my 20s. First of all, I was stressed out about every fucking thing. Excuse my language. I was stressed out about everything in my 20s. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like in your 20s, you think everything is the end of the world. Whereas you get a little older, I'm in my, late 40s now. So At this point, it'd be like, oh, I don't have the money for that. I can't do that. Be like, oh well, whatever. I'm gonna have to take care of it when I get it. It's like certain things don't bother you that used to bother you like that. You're 20, you think, oh my God, you just think the smallest thing is gonna be the end of the world. But if you lived a little while, you like, man, please, like, it's like it'll be all right. You'll be all right. But yeah, so that's why most of the time it's like, what would I have to relay? It's just like, yeah, most of the time you're not trying to deal with nobody that young like that for what? So yeah. So what are you saying, Slime? You say, yeah, you're right, Alan, because Marcus knows to sound smart to dumb people, but he don't fool the real ones, exactly. He only sounds smart to people that are dumb, like you said. But you know what is so funny? I noticed he really don't sound smart to them either, because I won't even call them dumb, because I'll use the example of a lot of the people on his channel. Um, he don't be sounding smart to, like, they listen to him only because he pays them. He gives them whatever little money, so they act like they listen to him. But trust me, they talk about him behind. We see it now, like with a lot of them. They talk about him behind his back. They don't listen to nothing he says either. So I think he doesn't even sound smart or wise to most of them either. Pure integrity. You said I was blocked on Marcus's platform when I voiced my opinion, telling Marcus is wrong what he's doing. To the less fortunate, I stated that his daughters and that he reap it. I was blocked. Yep. I think I was too, to be honest. Because I used to say stuff to him too. Because I remember one time he responded to my comment, was like, his signature line, something, dude, you're weird. You're too concerned about me. Something he said like that. I said, well, no, I'm not. It's not that. I said, but you need to probably get some counsel and advice for people that like really actually care and love for you. Like, and I said this to him. I said, ask your mother or somebody like that what they think about what you're doing. I said, those type of people will tell you the truth. I said, are you running this stuff by your mother? I literally said that, but look, after that, all I'll say is, I'm pretty sure my comments are hidden or blocked on this page after that, because he definitely didn't like that comment. But it's the truth. It's like, I'm pretty sure he's not running it by people that actually really care for him, because anybody in their right mind would tell him not to do the stupid stuff he's doing, you know? Um, he talks like he wants to be a rapper or something. Well, it's always tickles me when you hear him rapping. He like bust out in these raps with the young crew when he's hanging out with them, like when he's hanging out with these people on his channel. And I'm just kind of like, Marcus, you do realize like you are not young anymore. It's like you know what I think? I think he definitely, I was gonna say midlife crisis. I don't think it's that. I think it's just kind of like when you're in your 20s, the time when you're supposed to be just really out having fun. Clearly, he missed that or something, because it seemed like he was been trying to make up for it like now in his 40s. Thus the reason he hangs with all these young people, and because I'm like, it's not normal to be that age and want to hang around young people like that. It's not normal. So I felt like he was like, it's something he was trying to make up for, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely strange behavior. He knew and didn't care, Golden Gemini. Yep. Hey, good evening, never knew. What's up? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Let's see what else. Yep, she has bracelets. Be top positive, exactly. Just like what Troy said with those fresh rubber bands. It's like, how you ain't know that this was a teenager? Like, come on now. Okay, let's see, y'all. What else are y'all talking about? Let me see. Let me see. Let me not miss anybody's comment here. Mm, wow. Okay. Yes, live chat or all message. Okay. Thank you, Southern Charisma. So that's what I switched it to. Thank you for letting me know that. So, okay. Shine and Baldwin said, narcissistic people don't like to take accountability for anything they do. They always going to try and deflect it. Yep. Yep. Marcus Trump. I was told somebody, I was like, that was his name. Like I had started calling him that a few months ago. I was like, do he think he is Trump or something? Like I was calling him Marcus Trump, because I'm like, he is like Trump. He don't take responsibility for nothing. He lie about everything. He deflect about everything. Like he live in his own reality. But man, look, you can, think you can be like Trump all you want, but you ain't got the right skin color, homeboy. So, look, I mean, let's be real about it, So, let's see how far that's gonna get you. I mean, sad truth. We all know the truth about the way that work in this country. So, you know, let's see. Marcus is trapped in a cycle of consumption. Shallow satisfaction from consumerism is always short-lived. Freedom spirit. That's very, very true. And I was thinking that same thing because it's like everything with him is about. I remember one time he was saying something about I live a great life. My daughters get to do this. They went to, it was all this stuff that they could do in the material stuff. And I'm like, but how are you gaining that material stuff for them to be able to do that? Because eventually, we see what's happening now. You're not going to have that to give them. So what else are you giving them? Other stuff is more valuable than that. If you have parents, they can't give their kids all the material stuff, but guess what? They're giving them their time. They're teaching them character. They're teaching them, how to be respectable human beings. What he's teaching them, no matter how well. Let's not, I'm not really having trying to. Not that I'm trying to respect anything that he his wishes, but I do believe, I don't want to go in that direction of talking about that the kids and all that. But y'all get what I'm saying. It's like, there are certain things that are more valuable than the material things you can offer people in relationships and to your kids. So when you hear him say that, it's like, dang man, you don't even get it. Like, kids, and at the end of the day, kids, they really want more than the material stuff. Like, so that's a sad state of mind to have. So, yup. Mm-mm. Cassie, what are you saying? You said, and he bought Poom Poom from. Oh yeah, from that girl Kai. She did an interview and told her story. I remember that. Yup, he had her use a rose in his home on the family sofa. Yep, I remember that, and paid her 200 bucks. Yeah, I remember that. And then according to somebody, they said this his reaction to it was. They just said he was, you could hear him in the background saying certain things, and I was just like, wow, man, this man, he done had a lot of people on that couch, um, in that apartment, which is again just strange. Um, Freedom said Marcus is trapped in a cycle of consumption, shallow side. Oh yeah, I read that comment. That's what I commented on about that. Marcus' content is all transparent, but he thinks we don't see it. He's not that intelligent. Yup. Well, the thing about Marcus is he tells on himself all the time. He's just this, oh my God, just not a very bright person. It's like if you just listen to Marcus long enough, he gonna tell you whatever you need to know. Like, I mean, like I say, this like today he incriminated himself. This is like he talks so much. It's really like mind boggling. This is like, dude, this dude don't know how to shut up. Like you can get probably pretty much any information you need from Marcus because he at some point he's gonna tell you everything. You know, it's really really crazy. Um, yeah, she was 18. Kai supposedly she was 18, but that whole scenario was weird. Um, what else, you guys? Let's see. If we don't know anything else, we know he will pay for it. Yep. The only reason Tia is staying with him is pure transactional. Exactly. Brand. I had said that already. I think I said that in the last live. We went live last Tuesday. I was like, we all know he got to pay for any woman to deal with him because I was talking about how with Polo, how Polo, he doesn't even have money or anything, but yet he's able to pull all these women, and it was almost like Marcus probably looks at Polo like, well, how does he do that? And Polo don't even have money, and because Marcus knows the only way he can pull a woman is he got to pay for it, and then even what he paying for, I mean. You look at what he deals with, and then let's talk about that. You got to even look at T. I found, well, Yeah, I found that questionable as well because T is young too. T is in her 20s still. I think she's what, 28, 27, 28. Again, I that's an age gap. It's like, what are you dating a, I mean, it's a little more acceptable because she's almost 30, she's getting closer to 30. But again, it's like, he likes dealing with these younger, where he can, I guess, control and whatever the case might be. But that was, very interesting to me. But yeah, that's definitely transactional for sure. You already know that's definitely a transactional relationship. You say he has a chemical imbalance, Southern Chris. Look, something ain't right. Something is definitely off. That is for sure. Yep. Mm-mm-mm. Zero accountability. Exactly. Cassie, I think I say a lot, and that gets people a bit confused. I'm even like that in the chat, trying to explain in so much detail. May overload some. I get it, so I don't. No, I don't. I don't think you say too much. Dominic, what are you saying? It'd be too much reckless shit. Yeah, it's too much. Is way too much. All right, let's see, you guys. Pure integrity. Marcus's actions made to understand that something was definitely wrong with his mother and father's parenting. But when I awakened this problem regarding Marcus rearing, he got angry with me. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's something's definitely off. It's some definite missing pieces that we haven't heard. Look, it's like he tell everybody else to be transparent. It's like, look, we need your story. You talking about everybody else to be transparent. What happened to you when you was a kid? Because there's definitely some things that don't add up. So I definitely agree with that because it's like something is definitely off. Okay, let's see. Marcus wears a social mask, surface smiles with a hidden agenda. He constantly craves external validation, freedom spirit. Yeah, yep. He definitely does. It's to me, he's not a genuine person. You know what I'm saying? Everything is very surface. He tries to act like he's concerned about these people when he's not. Clearly, you know, very surface. And he definitely needs a lot of validation. I can remember one time, I don't remember what video it was, if it was alive or, and he just kept saying, well, a lot of women, they find me very, women, I get all types of women. They call me handsome. They think I'm very handsome. And I'm like, dude, anybody that pulls a lot of women or that's actually handsome, they don't talk about it. So that tells me everything I need to know right there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he's very he's one of those people that's very concerned about what others view of him. But he always says that he's not, but clearly he's very concerned about that and needs a lot of validation. Southern charisma. In my early 20s, I was partying. I was a bit stressed. The man in his 30s and up, I thought that was a senior citizen. Exactly. You really did. Yeah, it's like in your 20s, you do. You by the time you think you dating somebody 30s, exactly. That's old. You be like, oh, I like older, whatever. Yeah, 30s is old to you when you in your 20s, you know. So exactly. I was partying a lot in my 20s too. It was like I think we talked about him the last live. I was like, look, I used to be, I was living in New York at that time, and I was out every night having a good time. And yeah, but you think different when you're in your 20s. So like, like I said, once you're older, it's like I don't want to be dealing with nobody in their 20s. That's stressful. It's very rare to meet somebody in their 20s that has it together, you know. So it's like, what the hell I got, why am I trying to deal with somebody that young? Look, I got my ish together. I ain't trying to have no project, somebody I'm trying to, nah. Like I'm good. Let's see. Marcus got hey okay, yeah, I said hi to you before, but yeah, Marcus got little man complex, so he try and belittle people to make himself look better, and yep, and it doesn't. Yeah, that was Shine Baldwin. Um, he does. He definitely has a little man complex. So I'd say something about that. about the little man complex. It's funny when men have that because so I'm not short. I'm not tall, but I'm 6 feet. So I don't think well that used to be tall, but now these kids be towering over me. Like people grow taller, even taller now. But so of course I'm not short if I'm 6 feet. To me I feel like I'm average height, but then people would be like, oh, but you're tall. I'm like, am I tall? Like I just feel like I'm normal height, but so whenever I'm around short men, I do notice certain things with short men when I'm around them where it'll be like, I don't know. It's just a certain way that they will act. And I'm just like, so it's funny. It's only to me like this Napoleon complex is only an issue if short men make it an issue. Other than that, I don't really think people are paying attention like that. Like it's just kind of like whoop de doo, like you short, and like you know what I'm saying. Like I mean, I'm sure still sure there's plenty of women or whatever you into men that will still be into you, but like I think it's all about your confidence and how you view yourself. But Marcus, he definitely be in his feelings about that height thing. It's like he be all in his feelings with that height thing. It's like, man, your little short ass. That's why people always bring it up because it's like clearly you got a problem with it. Because I was talking about how he be holding that phone up over his head, filming people. I mean, he just be looking. I don't know. He just looks ridiculous to me. It's like it's so funny because sometimes I forget how short he is, and then there's like certain videos I'll see his reflection in something, and then he'll be having that phone. His hand is like way up in the air. His arm is way. I'm like this little short Negro. I'm like, and he be chasing after people, filming them. I'm like, oh my god. Like, oh gosh. Like, okay. And then what's so funny? And then when I see him like that, I'm like, it all makes sense now. Stuff like something about it for me just it makes everything make sense about why he's the way he is. I'm just like, oh, like okay, I get it now. Oh God, Golden, Golden, you always be saying something out of pocket, Golden. Oh, talking about something. Look at the Golden say, I have nothing in common with the young boy. Now I'll take a Thundercat over 35. Oh Lord, over 30. Look, you are crazy. Wow, wow, wow. What else are y'all saying? Let's see. Let me see. I don't want to miss. Let me scroll back up here because it kind of moved up. Slime, you said Mark is pretty much covered. Um, made his channel to cover up his deviancy and perv ways. He actually made the channel to get women on the streets. He uses it as a cover up. Yeah, I see it now. I didn't really see it in the beginning. I started watching him like 5 years ago or so, about 4 or 5 years ago, and I didn't really see it clearly then. But now I'm like, dang, wow, this is crazy. Let's see. Okay, I missed a couple of comments up here. Let me go up here because Cassie, I know you said something. Pure Integrity says something. Let me get those comments. Southern Charisma, you said you think Marx is lying on his parents. Hmm. Wow. Okay, I'm going up because y'all seem like y'all was making some good comments up here. So let's go back up here. Dang, y'all getting hot in these comments. Okay. Rach, you said, am I wrong? But does it feel like Marcus is getting pulled over more lately? Last year or so, are they watching? Or yeah, I saw it because he talked about getting pulled over today in his live. He he gets pulled over all the time. And then I know one time, he went to jail that one time because he had a warrant for something else. It was like failure to appear or something. So I agree with you. It's almost like they are watching him or something. Because I'm like, he's like, why are you getting pulled over so much? And then even like in today's live he's driving around without a seatbelt. It's like he's giving them reasons to pull him over. It's like, Negro, put your seatbelt on. Why are you driving around without a seatbelt on? Like, it's just like, yeah, he gets pulled over a lot. I noticed that as well. Um, mm, wow. No way he has a real lawyer because, or he's not listening. Yeah, it's one of the two. He doesn't have one yet, or he's just not listening. Which, if he's not listening, he's really stupid for that. Um, Southern, okay, I think I saw that comment. What's up, Crocodile Tears? Welcome and thanks for subscribing. You said you hooked up with some chicks from Atlanta Street interview. The city won't be the same without him. Huh? What you talking about? Anyways, um, moving on from that. Hopefully I misread that. She just turns 28. Brand, you're talking about T. Okay, gotcha. Um, and then Marcus met T through one of his interviews. T was homeless, and yep, she was pure integrity. Yep. Um, Marcus and Kat went on a date. Kat didn't even like exactly Zarden. Kat was not interested at all, and then all of a sudden because she met Polo. Remember that time? And then she went off on Polo holding hands, and Marcus was chasing after. And it was like Marcus was so jealous that Polo basically pulled her, and Kat wasn't even interested in Marcus. Oh, here we go again. All right. It's going to be boring without Marcus. Well, guess what? Let me see something here. Hmm. Is it going to be boring without him? Well, we're going to have plenty to talk about. Trust me. Let's see. He said him and T has been dealing with each other for years. Yeah, that was one of his interviewees, but that whole thing, I don't really feel like they're in a real relationship, to be honest. Um, Freedom Spirit, Marcus Trump, Tupac, Kanye, Lauryn Hill, Biggie Smalls, and Andre 3000 are all Geminis, better known as the magicians in the tarot deck. Huh. Well, Geminis, yeah, they're Geminis, those double personalities. Yep, the Atlanta streets would be a bit safer if he's gone. Agreed. I definitely agree with that. How old was he when they met? She was in her 20s for sure. I mean, probably 26, I guess, maybe 25, 26. Pure Integrity said dates when Marcus met her. And then Golden Gemini, when they interrogate him, they don't even have to offer him chips and a Coke. He telling it all. Right. Man, he's a man. Like today's live, I was like, wow. Yep, he's definitely getting pulled over a lot more lately. Because you got to think about the timing of this most recent time he got pulled over. It was like right after something. When did he say he got pulled over? It was right after something with this spicy content stuff. So it is almost like they're kind of on to him. It's definitely the timing was definitely strange. So yeah. Okay, y'all. Let me see what else everybody is saying. Dang, you was right about changing it to this live chat. There's definitely a lot more comments. That is for sure. Um, let's see here. For real though, T hid BM lived in the home with his parents, and to my knowledge, I understand T is still in the home with Marcus's mother. Really? Wow. Hmm. Yeah, because that's what I always wonder. Because it doesn't seem she's ever at that apartment with him. So I'm always thinking like, well, where the hell does she live? Because clearly it doesn't seem like she works. And I do remember that she lived with his mother at one time before I think they were even ever really technically together. So that's interesting. Rach, you said that's tall, 6 feet. Yeah, that's what people tell me. I don't feel tall though. Is what's funny. When I feel tall is when I'm in a supermarket or something, and a little lady will come up, an older lady or something, will come to me like, "Excuse me, young man, can you reach this for me?" And like they'll be asking me to reach something for them on the shelf, and it's just so easy for me. I don't think about it. And I'm like, oh yeah, no problem. And I just get it and give it to them. And I'm like, dang, I guess I do have some advantages in life because I'm like, I don't realize that some people can't reach certain things. I'm like, so yeah, I guess 6 feet is considered tall. So yeah. Cassie, you said right. I enjoyed my 20s, had my own place, decent job at the bank, and was out every weekend sipping my long. Oh my God, Long Island. I see. Look, we might be around the same age. We must be around the same age, Cassie. Because let me tell you a story about that. Wearing my pencil skirts and peep toe heels. Wait, look. Where are you from, Cassie? So it's so funny. Long Island iced teas. Look, you see how what happens in this chat. We be going off into other conversations, and then we circle back around. But anyways, um, That was my drink, Long Island iced tea. Look, I would never drink a Long Island iced tea now. Like, oh my God, like what? I think they're disgusting now. But that used to be my drink in my 20s, and I was living in New York then. That's why I asked you where you're from, 'cause I'm like Long Island iced tea. But yes, that was my drink. Same thing in my 20s. Like I had my own place. I think I talked about this in the last live. I'm like, so, or maybe I might have brought it up in one of my videos. I was like, I don't really understand a lot of the young people on the channel that I see. Well, I can't say I don't understand. I do. Because people, the thing is, people have different upbringings and everything like that. But it's foreign to me because I was just like, dang, man, like, how a lot of them just don't want to get jobs. And in my 20s, I wanted a job. Like, once I got out of college, it was like, even when I was in college, I was working a job. Like, I had a part time job. And I wanted to because I wanted, guess what? I wanted to have money. I'm like, I want to go out. I want to do fun stuff. Like, so I wanted to have a job to work, to have my own money, to enjoy myself. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's just crazy when I hear like these people on ASI and like they just are so against getting jobs. I'm like, what the heck? Like, I don't understand that concept. And yeah, the same thing. I have my own place. Like by the time I got out of college, I had my own place, and so I've always had my own place since I was 20. So it's just normal to me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that is yeah, Cassie. I'm curious now. Like we got to be around the same age. I don't know what about that Long Island iced tea. I'm just like, hmm. Okay, so he was proud to have a mugshot like I'm finally a gangster golden. Well, he had one already, right? From years ago, something with some domestic violence stuff. Marcus has an old mugshot from him when he was much younger. You can look that up on if you Google it. Yep. So laughing because the city won't be the same. Hopefully, it'll be better without him. Looking like baby feet just swinging. Keita B, what's up? Welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Y'all be a mess with some of these comments. I like reading them though. Y'all be having me cracking up. Checks can't afford that Rubicon. Um, hmm. Interesting. Marcus thinks he's so smart that he probably taking classes online to lawyer up his own case, pure integrity. Yeah, he doesn't have a lawyer yet. He can't. I don't believe he does because again, he's the way he's moving. It ain't no way. But I don't think he can afford one because again, like I say, it's not that I don't think he's not making decent enough money, but when you talk about you got a family still and you got to still pay all your bills and then you got teenagers and a newborn and the lawyer fees are not cheap. So I think he's kind of waiting it out to see before what's going to happen. And I think he keeps saying this thing like, oh, let me confer with my lawyer, and like his lawyer, like you just said, is probably he going online googling or using chat gpt. Like because I'm like what he did today no lawyer would advise you to do. So yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Yep. What are you saying, Slime? Are you talking to somebody else? Okay. You're talking about that website. Okay. Interesting. All right. What else, y'all? Pure integrity. You said you believe the feds have gotten drops on markets for a while now, but the incident with the Yaya Kalen opening up what the feds needed to build their case. Yeah, I think so too. The word has been out there for sure, so I do believe that as well. Definitely. So, but I mean, I feel like now, yeah, it's gonna be sooner than later. Hmm. Golden, you said you used to be on the Long Island iced teas too. Woo, child. Like those Long Island iced teas, that ain't nothing to mess with. That is nothing to mess with. I don't know how I used to be drinking those things. Cause Long Island iced teas are like seven different liquors. I'm just like, Like, what the heck did I used to drink those things for? Um, wow. Cassie, you said, yeah, he bragging on the fact she doesn't have to work. And okay, I get. However, a real flex is marrying her so she doesn't be a baby mama for a second time. The thing is some value. My goodness. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, why are you not marrying this woman? You just had a child by her. First of all, and then he's 44, 44, 45. So it's like, what are you doing? Like, why wouldn't you marry? You talk about she's such a good woman and how she's such a prize. And so it's like, okay, so yeah, why are you not putting a ring on it? You know, that definitely doesn't add up. Sorry, and you said at 21, I want 1 million just stroking through, though I know what you mean. Okay. You were probably replying to somebody. Geminis are normally lovers, compassionate, and harmonious, but can be two-faced backstabbers when they're in the shadow slide. Okay, Freedom. Yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with some Geminis. They definitely got two sides. And when you're on that good side, they are the best, the sweetest, the most loyal. A lot of them do have that other side though, and it'd be like it's a completely different person. It's like, hold up now. Yeah, my oldest sister is a Gemini. Um, yeah, Rach, right? You worked every summer since 14. I don't, exactly same thing. Like I wasn't quite that young, but in high school I did this summer. By the time I think I was like 16, I had this summer job, and I've always wanted to work because I mean I just think that should be the normal thing to want to do. I mean, if you want to survive, it's like. But even when I was younger, I technically didn't have to. Like when I'm still under my parents' roof, but I still wanted to because I wanted my own money. Because otherwise you always got to ask your parents, "Oh, can I have this? Can I get some money to go to the movies? Can I get money to do this?" But if you get a little summer job or whatever, you got your own money, so you don't have to ask your parents for it. So yeah, it's weird these young people that don't want to work. I'm like strange. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, he has a mugshot already, Golden. Yup, he sure does. I've seen it before. Mm. Wow. So let's see. What are you talking about, user UZ9? Oh my God, Polly Pocket. Everybody forgot about those. I don't know. What is that? Polly Pocket. I never heard of that. Thank you, Zartan. Yeah, I mean, I always just say whatever what I think, and um that's why I said when I decided to do this type of content, I was just like, well, I watch this Atlanta Street interview stuff all the time. I might as well give my opinion too. You know what I'm saying? And it seems to resonate with some people because I've seen some other content, and sometimes people just say stuff that is I don't know. It's just sometimes to me where I would always want to give my opinion on it. And so yeah, I think this is the best way to do it is start your own channel so I can give my view on the way I see this stuff. Oh my God. Cassie, you said you had two jobs at one point early on, and you were going to the bathroom at the bank and change into uniform. Oh wow, at the market next door I worked. I was oh wow, exactly. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, I remember when I was in New York, I lived in New York at one point, I had got like three jobs. It didn't last long though. And then I cut down to just two. But yeah. So because I was working at Barnard College in New York, which is the all women's college for Columbia University, and then I was working in their admissions office, and then I had got a job. This was like like during Christmas time when they do all that seasonal hiring, and I got a job at FAO Swartz, which of course is out of business, the toy store, and then I got a job at Crate and Barrel as well. So I was working like three, and I did it for like a couple of months, but then I think I let the FAO Swartz job go, and then so I was just doing the college job in the Crate and Barrel. So yeah, wow. A monthly subscription, lawyer subscription. Yeah, but what? It's that's like Legal Shield. Is that what y'all talking about? Mm, wow. Oh wow. Sex offenders lawyers are expensive. He's going to have a public offender defender. Okay, that's what pure integrity. Yeah. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. It's a lot, y'all. It's just a lot. It's gonna be interesting to see um what's gonna happen, right? What are y'all talking about? Oh, okay. I see. Okay, Brand. When I reported him to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, I was told by an investigator that they were all aware of him and were monitoring him. Wow, that's crazy. Well, I mean, that's the thing though. Once you it comes into the underage part, they're not playing about that. They definitely are not playing about that. That is for sure. Southern Charisma, Mark is gonna marry Cash. Lord. I cannot. Oh wow. Cassie Wright? Them Long Islands. Look, I haven't had a Long Island iced tea in shit since my 20s for sure. That is definitely for sure. I definitely do not fool with those anymore. Crocodile, you said Long Island is your favorite too. Well, now Uncle Nearest or Johnny Walker Blue Label. Wow. Exactly, Rage. She never says anything about her character or personality. It's always just, oh, but she cooks for me, and how she looks and, and the sex part. But okay, Slime, you said, but I'm from T- Allen, what? Zone 4 West Side. Oh, okay. You're from Zone 4 in Atlanta? Okay. I know Zone 4, West Side Atlanta. Yep. I used to live, I think I told you I used to live in Atlanta years ago for some time. Yep. ATL, Shouty. Let's see. What else are you guys saying? Leave us Geminis alone. We are the best. Once we feel slighted, yeah, the other side comes out Cassie. No, you know what? One of my best friends, she's a Gemini, and she's the sweetest ever. Like, but now she do got that other side, and I be telling her, I'm like, now look, like that when that other side come out, I'm like, ooh. I'm like, yeah, you do not want that other side of a Gemini to come out. But as long as that side don't come out, y'all are the sweetest ever. I will give you that. Same thing with my oldest sister. Like, but like I said, now that other side, mm-mm-mm. It'd be something else going on that other side. But as long as that other side don't come out, y'all good. Oh, that is hilarious. Okay, y'all. Let's see what else here. Um, sure, let's see. I bet you were something else in the admissions office in all those college. Golden. Oh my God, that is too funny. Yeah, that was an interesting job. I used to do applications for like it's so funny how times have changed. People used to have to mail in paper applications to colleges, and I used to input them into the system. And actually I input the information for DL Hughley's daughter went to Barnard College, and I remember I did her application. I was like, "Oh my God!" And then you know how you had to put who your parents' name is, and I was like, "D.L. Hughley." I'm like, "This is his daughter." I was like, "Oh wow!" So yeah, but like I said, that was back when now everything's online, but back then you used to mail paper applications in, and somebody would have to input them. So that's what I did in admissions office. Um, let's see what else y'all talking about. Okay. Interesting. Um, you said you really have zones like the Hunger Games. Yes, they have zones in Atlanta. I think Atlanta's like that, and I know New Orleans is the same thing. They'll be like they're from zone such and such, and things like that. Oh, Pure Integrity, you said Marcus won't tell us that T busted him on the forehead. Is that what happened? Well, all I know is all of a sudden when he got back from what you call it, from wherever he was at Cancun, he had that mark on his head, which he didn't show initially. Mm. Wow, that is hilarious. Golden, you said, praise God, there were no cameras back then except Polaroids. My life would be ruined. Oh my God, you and me both. Exactly. I remember I used to get those little disposable cameras. It's so funny how we didn't have like camera phones like in the late 90s and early 2000s. Like I would get those little I mean of course before then too, but mainly then because that's when I was like, you know, going out and stuff and I used to get little disposable cameras to take pictures. User, you said you hope T ain't bop 'em. And Crocodile, you said y'all were saying Zones 50 years before Hunger Games. Yeah. Mm. Wow. Thank you, Golden, for telling everybody to like. Yeah, everybody make sure you like. I'm sure everybody's subscribed, and which I appreciate that. Turn on your notifications. Check out my videos if y'all haven't checked out my videos. I've been dropping at least one a day, but some days two videos. Like I say, I always try to take you guys around with me here in Hollywood, show you guys some scenery. Been covering a lot of topics on Atlanta Street interviews, of course. And then this week, I'm sure it's going to be a lot more to cover because now that Marcus is back on the scene, you already know it's going to be a lot to talk about, y'all. So yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and I appreciate all of y'all for checking out my content and giving me your feedback, and it's definitely well appreciated. Let's see, y'all. Let's see. Let me scroll back up here. Make sure I didn't miss nobody. Let's see. Pure integrity. You said I'm a Gemini and y'all don't have nothing to worry about. We're decent people that love to have fun. Just do not cross us, cause we gonna give you hell that'll last. Look, yep, that's exactly what I know. That is exactly what I know. But honestly, you're right though. You're decent people for sure. You're fun. Um, but yeah, it's just that other side. If y'all, like you said, if you cross y'all, you just don't want to do that. Oh wow. Rapper One, what's going on? Welcome. You said the Marcus Reggae extravaganza is now live. What is that? You sent me a couple of your other songs. So is this a different song or is this the one I already heard? I heard, yeah. I don't this has to be a different because I don't think that was a reggae song. Okay, I'll check it out. Let's see. Cassie, I would have found out so hard. DL and Dave Chappelle are my fave from back in the days. Now Nate Jackson and Mojo Brooks have me hooked and just hilarious. Okay. Yeah, I was fanning out a little bit because I was just like, what the heck? Like I'm inputting his DL's daughter's application. I was like, this is cool. And I mean, it was just so crazy because it's like, you see everybody's information on there. So it's like I had his address, his phone number, it's just like it's so funny, you thinking like, wow, this is cool. So yeah, Dave Chappelle is my boy. I love Dave Chappelle. He is so funny. I don't know. I'm trying to think Nate Jackson and Mojo Brooks. I don't know. I don't know. I know Jess Hilarious for sure. Um, yeah, but yeah, that was cool. That was a cool experience when I realized that was D.L. Hughley. So yeah, um, what'd you say, Ray? You said they must have. Where'd your comment go? Oh, there we go. They must have buried the hatchet, or Marcus hit his head on the sign. You must be this taught a ride on this ride. Well, he said something about he ran into a wall or something, but I couldn't figure out if he was joking or not. So ain't no telling. No telling what happened. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Wow. What else, you guys? Let's see. Um, Geminis have a good heart. We're really down to earth most of the time. You have a friend that's a Gemini. We are ride or die, Bonnie. Yeah, y'all are. Y'all definitely ride or die. I would definitely give y'all that. Actually, yeah, my other childhood best friend, he was a Gemini. Unfortunately, he passed away a few years back, but he was a Gemini too. Y'all cool, because like I said, my childhood best friend, and then one of my best friends now is a Gemini as well. So y'all definitely are ride or die. I will give y'all that. But y'all can definitely, just don't, and I won't get y'all upset. Right, Castle. Yes, that person. Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh, if I know where he live, I could. Yeah, yeah, and phone number, everything. Yep. Yeah, yeah. User, using nine. Yep. Zones are neighborhood city limits, and yeah. He wasn't tall enough for the ride. Oh, wow, that is hilarious. Keita, what's going on, Keita? Did I say hi to you? I know I did. I know I'm seeing you tonight, so I think I said hey to you. Um, you said that women Geminis are so different from men Geminis. Yeah, I can see that. I could definitely see that. Pure integrity, you said, yeah, but we all have another side to us, right? Yeah, we do. You're right. We do. We definitely do. I'm a Pisces, and yeah, but I think it's just because Gemini, that's what y'all are kind of known for. I'm not really, really into astrology like that. Like I'm into it enough where I kind of know the general stuff, but isn't Gemini's like whatever that's the symbol is for y'all? It literally means two different personalities. I think. I don't know. I just know that that's what Geminis are like typically known for. But you're right, though. Everybody has, when you think about it, everybody has two different sides. Keita, you a Pisces too? What's up, Pisces? My Pisces person, Keita, yay. Yeah. Pisces, we're just kind of like, you know, I think they always say we're spacey, we're kind of in our own world. We kind of flow through life and we're typically creative, which is true. I am at least. A lot of Pisces are creative. Typically Pisces go into like, the arts, and a lot of actors, dancers, singers are Pisces. We definitely can be a little like we're sensitive, and I think every sign has their different little traits. um okay, Gemini is twins. That's what I thought, right? My daughter is double Gemini moon and rising. Okay, right, that's what I thought. That's why they kind of always have that reputation. Yeah, interesting. Wow. But yeah, y'all. Mm-mm-mm. Crocodile tears, you said you hope Marcus bounces back. What is your history with Marcus and the channel? Just curious if you wish to share. What else, you guys? Um, when is Pisces season? You never dated any. Your husband is a Virgo, Cassie. We are separated for a reason. Virgos, yeah, Virgos. That's another one. That's Pisces is March. I'm March, early March. It's late March to like mid March, I believe, or not. Yeah, like February 23rd to March around, I guess, March 15th or somewhere around there. So yeah, pure integrity. She said, "Hey, y'all, I wonder where's Quita? I want to hear her side and what she has to say about the market situation." Yeah, I don't know. The last we heard from Quita, she was in jail. I think she bonded out now, but I haven't heard anything since. And she hasn't been back on her YouTube channel or nothing. So I'm curious to hear her side too. But Quita, she always saw through Marcus. Because she always, every time she saw Marcus, she would always be like, "My friends don't like you." She was always pretty much telling Marcus about himself. So I think she was pretty much done with Marcus for sure. She definitely could I'm sure has a lot to say. Hmm. Yeah. But yeah, I think a lot of people would have a lot to say at this point, right? Like, but yeah, I would be interested to hear what Quita would have to say too. Okay, the Quita just gave February 19th of March 20. Okay, thank you. I wasn't exact sure of the dates. Slime Talk. You're a Pisces too, Slime? March baby? Yeah, I'm a March Pisces as well. Yep. You said Crocodile, you said you never met him, but he made something out of nothing. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Um okay, Slime, you confirmed that as well, the Pisces season. Okay, cool. Per integrity, you said Virgos are devious. I was married to a Virgo for a good amount of years. Yeah, Virgos are the opposite of Pisces. So I think whatever the way that works, I did like learn that at one point. Like with Pisces and Virgos, we're the most extreme opposites of however that works with astrology. So it's like we are out of all the signs for whatever reason they were like Pisces and Virgos are the most extreme opposites. So like I was saying, like with Pisces, we're very dreamy and we're more like go with the flow. How do I feel about this? Whereas Virgos are very structured. So and they're like, it got to be done this way. It got to be. So yeah, it's like we're the most extreme opposites of the signs. But it's weird, you know how they say opposites attract. So I used to attract a lot of Virgos, and oddly, well, you know how opposites it does oddly work with Pisces and Virgos because with Pisces we're not as structured. Virgos give us the structure we need, but that same thing that works is what doesn't work because of course then it'd be like, okay, look, stop trying to make me be so structured, or in their case, stop being so unstructured. So yeah. Hmm. Let's see. I saw another comment. Cassie, you said, "Oh, okay, so I do know a Pisces. My mom, your mother-in-law's one, but I can't think of any males." Well, now I know two slime and yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. There's yeah. I don't know. Pisces is kind of a weird sign because I just feel like always we're underrepresented in a lot of things, but there's a lot of us out there. But I don't know. It just seems like whenever it's like, oh, what sign are you? Or like, even when you Um, I don't know. It's kind of weird because so when you said that cast is how you don't really know any, it's like I just always feel like we're no, just kind of like one of those signs. Not that people forget about, but I think maybe it's more because of the way our personalities are. We're not as talked about all the time, because again, we're that kind of that floating sign where we're always just kind of like, it's the fish. So we're just floating through, like, here I am, okay, bye. Like we're just kind of in our own world. So I feel like, you hear a lot about other signs, and it's like Pisces is kind of like sometimes, I don't know, kind of forgotten, kind of, but a lot of celebrities actually are Pisces because I feel like Boris Kojo is a Pisces. I think Common is a Pisces. Queen Latifah is a Pisces, I believe. It's a lot because Pisces are very creative people. So a lot of, like I say, people in the entertainment industry are actually Pisces, but it's kind of interesting that, yeah, Zard and Quita should stay away from YouTube. Yeah, I think Quita got a lot she got going on. So the last thing she probably thinking about is YouTube. Yep, that is the truth. Uh Crocodile, you said your little brother was a Pisces. Would have been 44, but I talked to him like he's still here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you lost your little brother. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so I look, I told y'all we end up talking about anything and everything in here. So I today got in the mail my I got some ashes in the mail. My nephew passed away maybe was it last month or a couple of months ago. Anyways, but yeah, so I got his ashes in the mail, unfortunately. So I understand what you're saying when you say you still talk to them. So yeah, but my condolences to you. So yes, thank you, Golden. Thank you. Yeah. Gun violence, you said crocodile? Man, that's messed up. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. So my condolences to you. Um, wow. Yep. What else are you guys saying? Um, Female Geminis will never be controlled. The moment we come into the type of energy we challenge that spirit and we're out of there, period. Zartan, you said Scorpios are freaky females to a male Aquarius. I love that. Scorpios are a mess. Wow, Pisces will drop someone before they know it. Yup, we sure will. Look, once Pisces are done, but it takes a while before we get there. Once we drop you, trust me, you done did a lot, and we done thought about it. I mean, we'll stick with you for a while, but once we drop you, that is it. It's like, okay, I'm gone, and like you say, you won't even never know. It's like, wait a minute, I ain't heard from from Alan in 6 months. What happened? It's like, yeah, because I ain't talking to your ass no more. Cassie, you said Geminis are the same. We are creative power. We are in our heads so much we often get in our. Okay, that makes sense. I can see that. Yup. Thank you, Cassie. Yeah, yeah. Death is never easy, never easy. But my nephew, he was young, of course. He was in his 30s, but yeah. So I had to go to his funeral. That was just last. Um, Time has gone by so fast, y'all. It's already August. So yeah, that was in July. I talked about it in one of my videos, my recent videos, maybe like I think what was the video about? That was when I was talking about Dominique telling Marcus that he needed to draw a line, and somehow in the video I brought up how I went to a funeral, and um, my nephew was in like the street lifestyle, kind of like he kind of went, into that kind of lifestyle. So, but he didn't die from gun violence was the thing. So, but all of his street family showed up to the funeral, and so I was talking about in the video. I was like how respectful they were and loving, and like it was like his street family. You know what I'm saying? And I was just saying how everybody is owed respect. Because at the end of the day, everybody wants the same things out of life. People want to be respected and they want to be loved. So it's like people look at people like from Marcus's channel, like, well, they're homeless or they're this, they're that, they live in this lifestyle. But it's like, yeah, but at the same time, it's not a lot of differences in people, no matter what type of lifestyle you're living. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So that was what I was saying to that. Yep. Thank you, Zart. And yeah, thank you everybody for your condolences. I really, really appreciate that. Yes. Hey, Copper, what's going on? I know you from Troy's World. What's up? Thank you for joining me and subscribing. I know, right? It's just so strange to me, like to even see people watching me because my channel because I just started the channel like 2 weeks ago. So I'm like, what the heck? Why are people listening to me? And then yes, I'm thankful and I'm grateful. Like even if I had 5 people in here, I'd be like, what are y'all doing in here? Well, all right, let's talk. Like, listen, what y'all want to talk about? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, thank you so much. Slime talk. That's a fact. We cut people off fast, and when we don't want to be bothered, we ghost and silent. I love being a Pisces. Yeah, look, that's us. That's me. That's us all day. It's so true. It's so funny because people don't understand. Like with Pisces, it's like they'll think something's wrong with you. It's like, well, well, what's wrong? It's like nothing. I need a minute. Like Pisces are the type. We're this type. Most of the time, Pisces are like we can be the center of attention, like because it's like again, I told you a lot of us are in entertainment, we in those type of fields. But then when we're not doing that anymore, we need to be alone. It's like we can just be. It's like okay, I need a minute because we normally recharge being alone. We need time with our thoughts because we're always thinking. We're like we're dreamers. It's like we're always thinking about stuff and like that to us is better than talking to somebody. So yeah. Yep. Um, Yeah. Thank you, Slime, for your condolences. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah. Hmm. What else are you guys saying? Let's see here. I don't want to miss anybody. Make sure I get everybody's comments here. Oh, wait. Let me see. Somebody said something that I wanted to say. Southern charisma. Shut up. I cannot. Southern charisma. We go. You know what? You always saying something that has me cracking up. You said you could see me cutting somebody off. Well, I mean, I can't argue with you on that. I mean, no, I really don't. Not like that. I mean, to be honest, I'm not going to befriend somebody if I feel like that's going where it's going to lead to. So I'm pretty good at gauging it pretty early on. So it's like, yeah, it's rare that I ever have to cut anybody off anymore. Oh gosh, that is hilarious though. Hey, hands down B, welcome and thanks for subscribing. Yes, all is well. Thank you so much. Thank you for that, bros. Your condolences. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, all is well. That it's life. Unfortunately, when you lose people. Thank you, Southern Charisma, as well for your condolences. Yeah, it's life. It's life. Unfortunately, it's life. But you know what? You got to go on. You have to hold them near and dear to your heart. And it's like right after that happened with my nephew last month. It was very unexpected. And the reason I couldn't remember if it was last month or 2 months ago. It was 2 months ago. He passed actually in June, but the funeral, of course, wasn't until July. And yeah, it's so unexpected because he's so young. You know what I'm saying? He's in his 30s. So and of course I don't live in the same city as him. So and I had to, go out of town and go and all of that. And then but yeah, but now I just wanted to share this. So it's like right after that happened and I got back here, I saw this video, and it was this video where the speaker said, when someone passes away, you don't get over that. You know, you don't get over it, but you carry their memory with them. So you move on with them. So whatever they left with you, move through life with it. Don't ever expect to get over it. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to hold on to whatever those things they gave you in this life and move through life with it. Whatever those good memories are, whatever the traits that they had that were, that they left with you, keep those things in your heart and move on with them. And it was something about the way that struck me because it was like, people always say, it's going to take a while to get over this. But it's like, no, you don't ever get over it. You just learn to go on with life and get through life, and you don't have to get over it because they're not with you in the physical anymore. But whatever memories you have with them and whatever good things about them and whatever, memories you have, you still have that part of them. So you move through life with that. So it that for whatever reason in that moment helped me like a lot. So yeah. Yep. Yep. Mhm. So yeah. What else are you guys saying? Yeah. Slime, what did you say? You had to cut people off recently. They were users and trying to take advantage of me. They actually called me back to back the other day because I haven't come around or called them. Yeah, you learn as you know. Yeah. I mean, that's life. You go through phases with people, and what they say, people come in your life for a reason, season, or lifetime. So everybody doesn't come to stay. Um, let's see who. I don't want to miss anybody here. Let me scroll back up. Okay. Let me see. I saw some comments here. Zartan, what are you saying? Crazy though, but Hollywood Records from LA was trying to sign me as a producer. I was like 19 from Baltimore. Really? Oh wow, that's cool. Wow. Pure integrity. You said most of the time, anyone that suffers a loss of a loved one, it hits hard later. Yep. Especially when you think about them because you're missing them again. My true condolences. Thank you, pure integrity. Yeah, it does. It takes a while to process it, especially when it's unexpected. So it's like, you'll be good for initially because it's just so unexpected. But like you said, then later on, it'll be something that hit you about it or something that'll happen to remind you about them. And yeah, yep. Golden Gemini, you said, I'm no Pisces, but cutoff game is strong. I had to grow into it. Now it's easy breezy. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like as you mature and as you get older, cutoff game becomes much easier. It did be like, okay, like, yeah, it changes as you mature. Copper, you said Rihanna is oh, that's right. Rihanna sure is a Pisces. Why? So Alan just explains why she ain't making no more music. Let her be. Exactly. Yeah, we get to that point. It's like, okay, look, it'd be like we be in our own world. We be needing to recharge, and then we get bored easily too. It's like, okay, moving on to the next thing. Yup, I forgot about Rihanna. She sure is a Pisces. Yup. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see who else here. Handsome Down B. I'm enjoying your content. You're keeping us up to date daily. Thank you. Yeah, I try. Be like, I never even know what I'm going to talk about, but look, I mean, the way this stuff works, is always something to talk about. And then, of course, then Marcus dropped that live today, and I was like, oh man, I got to record a video because actually today I was going to cut up. I was going to drop some parts from the live we did last week, and because I did already drop a couple of clips from that live, and but then Marcus went live today, and I was doing a video about how the spicy content started because I thought of that idea to do that video, and then he went live and did that video today, and I was like, oh man, I got to do a video about that, and then I'm gonna have to go live tonight, So so yeah, it's always something to talk about and to stay updated about, and then like I said, everybody has kind of a different way they approach it, you know, their content. So, like I said, I felt like I have a different take I can give on this stuff. So I was like, yeah, let me tell people how I feel about it. So I appreciate that a lot. Let's see, everybody. Let me go back up here, see what everybody was saying. Da, 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 da. Thank you, Golden. Yeah, I'm glad I could share that with you guys. That's why I said, look, y'all, we start out talking about the ASI stuff, and then whatever else we want to talk about. That's what I was telling y'all like this. Let me know what y'all, initially like, yeah, the topic was that live today, and we still can talk about that stuff too. But whatever else comes up, let's talk about that too. Like, why not? Like, we ain't got it. That's why like people be like, well, once he stop making content, what are y'all gonna talk about? It's like, it's other stuff to talk about. But right now we talking about that because that's of course the common ground we all have, but we gonna have other stuff to talk about too. Let's see, guys. Let me go back down here and see what else, because I did see some other comments that I wanted to respond to. Okay, let me go down here. Cassie, that's wonderful advice. It makes me feel better that I think of my dad very often. So that makes sense. Yep, it does. It really helped me think of that in a different way when you lose somebody that's close to you or lose anybody, about, move on with them. You don't ever really get over it. So, yep. Thank you, Zarden. Yeah, I'm glad that helped some people. It helped me a lot. That's why I decided to share because Crocodile brought up his brother, that he had lost his brother. So, and then that made me bring up my nephew that I recently lost, and so I thought I had thought about that. Pure Integrity said, "What I've learned during someone's passing, you never really get over. You learn to live life realizing they're no longer here. It's strange that we're on this topic because I was thinking about my grandmother on today and saying to myself how much I miss her. Yep. Yeah, yeah. How can you? Somebody that, you know, was a part of your life. Why would you want to get over it? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's not a day that goes by in most cases that you don't think about them. You know what I'm saying? So, yep, it's so true. Cassie, you said, yes, I love my own company. I went and sat at Starbucks with my laptop and my book and was laughing and talking to myself. I probably looked like a little low. Well, now it's easy to laugh and talk to yourself because now everybody had we got the earbuds, and so people might have thought you were just on the phone. But back in the day, hell yeah, you would look loco. I remember like when Bluetooth first came out, but they were a little bigger where you could more so tell somebody was talking on their phone when they first came out, like how you put the thing on your ear or the type that even go around your neck. But still, sometimes you still wouldn't initially see it, and you just see somebody by themselves talking and laughing, and you'd be like, oh, "Who are they talking to?" But then you'll realize they were on their phone. But whereas now it's so normal that most of the time, not more times than not, if you see somebody just talking, you just assume that they probably, are on their phone or whatever. But yeah, I don't mind my own company at all either. That's hilarious though. Okay, what else are y'all saying, you guys? Let's go back up here. Cassie, you said you don't even want to name the famous Geminis. Tupac's a great one. Oh, I love, yeah, Tupac's a good one. Oh, Kanye and Trump. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I see why you don't want to name Kanye and Trump. Lord, yeah, no. That's too funny, though. Mm. That's funny. Oh, wait, somebody said something about the lead attorney. Yeah, the lead attorney said no, no at Golden. Yeah, Keita, that's so funny. That post got a lot of comments under it. I made a post about the lead attorney when we were talking about him the other week, and so I cut that up and made it into a little into a video. But yeah, that got a lot of comments. People was like, "Why did the lead attorney catching strays?" I'm like, I don't even know the man like that, but it was just mainly the fact that he's not even he's a divorce lawyer, family and divorce lawyer. I'm like, yeah, but no, it wasn't nothing like that. It was just all in fun. And then I guess some people were telling me he actually, I guess, has cancer, which I didn't know. So I was like, then I was like, oh man, that's messed up. So I felt bad about that. But I wasn't coming at him like that in any type of way, anyways. So Biggie and Prince, Gemini as well. Okay, wow, I didn't know that. I guess I didn't know that they were Geminis. Wow. Um, Oh, Cassie. Okay, what live are you talking about? Let me know. Let me know. What live you said you talking about? Are you talking about the same one we were talking about earlier with what's his name? Tampa. Oh, that's right, Cassie. Okay, well, let me see. Let me see if I can find it so I can let y'all know. Or no, you know what it is. You can drop it in there. I don't mind. Because if people want to go look at, the because we're not really at this point, we're just talking about whatever we want to talk about. And then if anything, y'all just, if you want to still hang out here, just look at it whenever. You could just look at it whenever because it's just on this page. Yeah. If you have his page, Cassie, I don't mind if you drop it in there. I was just saying earlier on, I was like, no, you ain't telling them right now. We just started. But yeah, I don't mind now. Like, yeah, I have forgot. I kind of have forgot to be honest. But yeah, it's Tampa slots. I don't even really actually know what exactly his page is. So if you have it, I don't mind if you drop it in there so people at least know where they can go look at where that live was, where because he said he reposted that live. So yeah, um, yeah, Zartan, yeah, yep, yeah, we. If you live long enough, you definitely will have some losses. That is for sure. Thank you, Pure Integrity. You said I read the comments like a pro. I really, like I said, I really don't mind because, like I say, I noticed just in the other chats, like people don't read or you miss a lot of, and I think it's important to see what people are saying and, have some conversation about it. So, you're right, Cassie. They thought you had AirPods. Hopefully, they thought you had AirPods. Right. That is too funny. Kita, you said you ignore people and point at your ear like you're on the phone. Yep, Golden Gemini. Sometimes we are our best company. Yeah. Great. You said my dad and nephew in law with 1 day of each other last December. Christmas was horrible. Thanks for sharing, Alan. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Wow. You said within 1 day of each other? Wow. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's never easy. Any type of loss is never easy. Um, let's see, what else you guys? Um, oh, Kathy, you said somebody else just mentioned it. Yeah. So it's Tampa, and like I don't know. The only reason I didn't see it, of course I saw the live, but I saw another video he posted because he posted that Lex video on his page, and he had put under my comments about that he had that on his page. And so, like I said, I don't even off the top of my head know what his page is. Um, so yeah, but it's that guy. Like I said, he calls in Detroit every every day. So yeah, so it's that guy. So, but yeah, yeah, the live. He said he has the live up there. So, um, I'll try to. If you don't have it, Cassie, I don't know. I can't see if you put it in the chat yet. I'll find it before we get off of here for sure, though. If you don't have it, Cassie. Um, I see somebody brought up Kelsey. Let me see what else y'all talking about. Okay, let me see. Let me go back up here. Okay, let's see. Sounds like too much pressure on Marcus. I hope he does not do nothing stupid. Like I told you. Oh no. Okay. I'm not sure. Oh, be positively. You said you wonder if Polo moved into his apartment. No. Well, now for sure not, because didn't he get his ID stolen? Look, it's always something. The minute he's supposedly about to get into his place, something happens to prevent it. So, and yeah, so this seems like possibly this would be Marcus's fault this time if his ID really got stolen or whatever. I think I heard that right. Is I because didn't that bag get stolen and supposedly I think his ID was in it or something like that. If I have that right. And oh, okay. So Zartan, that's you asked about Kelsey, the personal assistant. Yeah, because she was in jail. Let me see what people are saying about Kelsey. Someone said Kelsey out of jail and she's dropping tea. That's slime. You said that. What's Kelsey's channel name? I don't know. She's boring. So, I went to her page before, but I don't know where her page is. Um. Oh, you said Tampa Dice. Um. There was Tampa Slot. I mean, Tampa. What is it? Tampa Slots. I think. Yeah. I'm surprised Troy didn't put the link in the. I thought he put the link in the chat. Did he? Didn't he tonight? I thought he put the link to his page in the chat. I don't know. But I guess because I had already went to his page, I didn't really pay attention. So, Zartan, you said Kelsey may spill the beans on him. Yeah, I don't know. He has the ones that I think would, but then some people that probably would still be kind of ride or die for him. So we will see, right? Yeah, right, Rage. You said Kelsey being locked up was an unknown blessing. Did she not have bail? Yeah, I don't know. Because he definitely left her in there, that's for sure, if she did have a bail, because she seemed to be in there for a while. Yeah, you said Crocodile. You said Marcus needed a team. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that because I mean, yeah, I mean, everybody needs a team, but Marcus seems like he thinks, he can just do everything on his own, or who knows. Rage. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that. You said your nephew-in-law wasn't found for 3 days. Hmm. Wow. I'm definitely sorry to hear that. Hmm. Zartan, you said, but Marcus was so arrogant, he felt like he can have a personal assistant. Think about it. First of all, she was not a personal assistant. That was his. Yeah, anyways, that was a whole nother situation going on with them. I'm like, personal assistant? What type of personal assistant is this? That whole thing was strange, too. It was just like, Marcus is a strange character. Oh, you said you can't find it, Tweety? Let me see, y'all. I'd be scared to do anything because I'm like, I don't want to mess my life up. Like, I ain't touching nothing. Let me see. I'm gonna go on my other device though and see if I can do it that way. But like I said, I don't even know if I know what the page is like that because I just remember he made a comment on something, and then yeah, that's when I saw his page and I went because he told me he had that Lex video up there. Yeah, I wouldn't even know exactly what the name of his page was like that. I would have to search for it through on one of my posts. Let me see. Hmm. Hold on, let me see. We'll figure it out. Somebody should know. Nobody. Oh, Cassie, you don't know what it is. Let me see. Oh, did you put it in there? I might have missed it. If you put it in there. Let's see. Pure integrity. Thank you for doing your best to read our comments because we are made to feel that we play a part in the program platform. Thank you, Guy. Alan. I have. Oh, thank you, Pure integrity. You always make the sweetest comments. You're gonna make me blush, and I'm dark skinned. That's so sweet. Yeah, I like reading the comments. I just like conversing with y'all, and just being able to catch up and just kind of talk. And like I was saying before, it's like, Troy had sent y'all over here before as well. And then it was like, people were asking, we're going to do call-ins. I was like, well, no. And so I thought about it tonight, but I was like, well, no, because I knew I was going to go live tonight. And I knew Troy was going to, of course, do the call-ins as he always does. And I really felt like I don't, well, it's just a repeat of the same thing if I do call-ins as well. So I was like, well, why don't I just read comments and allow people to, you know what I'm saying? Because the only problem with when you do call-ins and then, or even like a panel, then you miss the comments. You see what I'm saying? Because you're distracted with doing that. So I felt like if we could just do this over here, like, and y'all can come and just say whatever you need to say in the comments, and we can discuss that way. I think that works because I just think it works better that way. For now, who knows? Eventually, I might maybe do a panel or call-ins. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm just going with what I feel works for now, and I like this because, like I say, I like being able to see what people are thinking and respond to the comments. So, and give my thoughts, and if certain conversations come up or topics, and stuff like that. So yeah. Um, Cassie, you said this is his channel. Not sure if you had to put the ad. Okay, so you sounds like you put it in there. Yeah. Zartan, you said Kelsey has those same demon eyes. Oh Lord, does she? I never really paid attention. Hmm, not the demon eyes. My goodness, that's deep. Why didn't he build Kelsey out like Ileana and Quita? That's why I'm wondering no bail rates. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It must have been something where he couldn't, right? Because I thought the same thing. But then you got to think about it as well. What is it? Kelsey, she has a man. She has a boyfriend. So it could have been something like that too, where he was like, why isn't your man bailing you? You know, but then I mean, not that that stopped Marcus from doing it before for other people. So I don't know. It's interesting, right? Let's see what else you guys. Um Slime, who are you talking about? You talking about Bob's Queen? Mm, y'all, y'all be funny with these talking about these people. Oh gosh. Golden Gemini, what you going to the bushes for? You always be coming out of the bushes cutting up, talking about don't telling us not to cut up. You be the one cutting up. Rage. What did he need a personal assistant again for exactly? We know what he needed that personal assistant for. He ain't fooling nobody. It's like you know what? I just looked at Marcus all the time, like, or look at him like. Anyways, it's a joke. Is what I look at it as. Because, like I say, me and Marcus are in the same age group. I'm a little older than him, but and half the stuff he be doing, I'm like, you're too old. Like, how are you living your life? Like, Cassie, you said Kelsey is very boring. I just feel sorry for her because of her first interview. She told him all he needed to know to take advantage of her, and that's what I don't like about him. In-house poom poom. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. That's all that is. You know, because he would have her cleaning his house and and nearly nothing. And Marcus is just a strange person. It's like, what are you doing? Like, and you think this is normal? He had even said one day, I have a beautiful, what does he call it? I forget even what he calls her. I was gonna say wife, but it's not his wife. He doesn't call her his girlfriend. He calls her something. What does he call her? Beautiful. Let's just say he calls her girlfriend. I don't know what he calls her. And then he's saying, then I have a personal assistant that does this for me. Da 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 da. I'm living the life. I'm like, are you? I'm like, okay, do you? Right, personal assistant, my butt. You said you typed it, Cassie. Okay. All right, cool. So that's yeah, but I'll try to um like I say, I just know he put it under my one of my videos his he was talking about whatever, but I mean, y'all not really well, yeah, you need to watch it though. If you can, definitely go watch that live for sure. But I mean, we pretty much covered everything he was saying. It was a bunch of nothing to be honest. But I mean, it's interesting to be able to see for yourself for sure. Let's see what else, y'all. What else? What else? What else? What else? What are y'all talking about? Oh, wait. I see a comment. I see it. Wait, let me see. Let me go back up here. Um, Alan, I typed. Oh, you typed. Okay, got you. I see you, Cassie. Now, okay, thank you. I appreciate it because I know I wouldn't be able to per se find it. Hey, what's up? Who is this? Let's see. Mata Goat. What's up? What's up? Welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Let me know if there's anything you want to add or to discuss. Feel free to drop it in the chat. Zartan. Seems like Marcus want to be like tragedy or chaos, living vicariously through them. Let me tell you something. Look, yeah, he do. I mean, it's just so weird. Everything about this for me now is strange. I do feel like goes back to what I was saying. It's like, did he miss out on something in his 20s or when he was younger? You know what I'm saying? But it is kind of weird the way he treats tragedy and chaos. Like, and tragedy has a smart mouth. He definitely does. But yeah, it's something strange. It's just all strange because even the way he was trying to prevent chosen slash chaos um from interviewing his people, and I don't know, it's just very strange, his relationship with most of these young guys. Like, it's like, it's like he's trying to be a mentor to them, but then at the same time, then he's trying to be like on their level and cool with them, and it's just so weird. um so yeah, Zart, and that's an interesting um statement, and something to dissect. And I've definitely had my thoughts with a lot of that stuff. Even the way he films the spicy content with them, because he did spicy content scene with tragedy. He did one with chaos. It was tragedy and feisty, and then he did one with chaos and feisty. Even that type of stuff, I find it extremely weird, strange. It's just like, yeah, I just find it creepy. I find it very creepy, very creepy. So, and then you go from that to trying to give them advice, life advice, and you just shot a spicy scene with them. Like, I'm just like, ugh. When you just think about it, you realize the level of, um, just the level of the way Marcus thinks. It's just the strangest. It's just so weird. Cassie, yes, I'm chocolate, baby. I love my chocolate skin. Let me stop. It'd be so funny because I'll hear stories from, like, dark skinned people, like, just different things. You know how the thing has always been dark skin, light skin, how light skin used to be it. And then, I feel like dark skin came in, and then I just feel like after that it was it. Like, I don't feel like light skin ever came back. But anyways, we're not gonna get into that conversation. I'm not trying to go there. I love all shades. I mean, clearly, you know how that works. Like, typically opposites attract anyways, but I don't discriminate either way it goes. Any shade is, I love any shade. Um, but I've never had a complex about my dark skin. Is what I'm the point I'm trying to make. And sometimes I will hear certain dark skinned people say how they didn't like their dark skin, or just different little things. I'm like, I never thought about it. Like, I never even it never was a thought in my mind to not like my dark skin, because I'm like, I'm dark skinned, so why would I want to be anything else? Like, I love it. I love my chocolate skin. So yeah. Uh-oh, chocolate, watch out, Ray. You so silly. Yes, chocolate. Um, Ray, you somehow have 100 new potential partners under this live jockey. That's hilarious. Crocodile, you said interview Polo. Well, if he could ever keep a phone, yeah, I would definitely, probably, maybe consider it. But I think he's the only one that really never goes on anybody's platform. He did come on Troy's once. I think that's when he was a Gabby, and they called together. I think that was, yeah. Polo doesn't really go on any of these platforms, but I think mainly it's because he doesn't keep up with the phone. So yeah, thank you, Zard, and I will. I definitely will keep doing my thing. I appreciate it. I just appreciate y'all coming to hang out with me, because I really wasn't gonna go live tonight, and because I was just like, everybody gonna be going live, So I was just like, I'll just go come back live Tuesday, because we did it Tuesday the last time. So, but then I don't know if Nashville is still in here. I forget her full name, but I know Nashville is two sister Nashville, I think it is. And she was like, "We coming over your house after Troy's." I was like, "You are?" I was like, "Who said that?" So I was like, "I'm going live on Tuesday." She's like, "No, we'll see you tonight." And then I thought about it, and then somebody else made a similar comment, and I was like, I was like, "All right." It's like, I'll go live. And so yeah, that's how that happened. Basically, to be honest with y'all, so I was like, y'all can come hang out. We can hang out. Why not? So yeah. Uh, let's see. Crocodile, you said you don't think Kelsey had a bond. Okay. You're talking to slime there, Cassie. Okay. Pure integrity. You said Kelly. I think you mean Kelsey, right? Is caught up like someone on here stated. She has demonic spirits. That's crazy. Yeah, she got something going on because I just remember like when she I don't know if it was when she was first introduced to the channel, but I know she's kind of like she came back around and he interviewed her, but he had interviewed her previously, but she hadn't been around for a while, and she was just crying about something, and I think she was having a rough time about something. She definitely has a lot going on, a lot going on. And that's the sad part to see about a lot of the people on his channel, because it's like they don't have any direction. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and I've always seen it like Marcus doesn't help them in any way. And I'm not talking about helping them like um in a monetary way even, like of course he gives them whatever little money for the interviews, but I'm talking about by really giving them some type of sound. I mean, he kind of does get them some advice sometimes, but then it's always then like, well, let's go do spicy content or let's do the, you know what I'm saying? So it's like this confusing thing where it's like in one breath you tell them, you try to get them advice, well, get a job, do this, but then you hang out with them and you sleep with them and then you shoot spicy content with them, and then it's like, so that part is helping them continue in the same behavior. You know what I'm saying? And the same stuff that's not really ultimately going to help them. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So let me see what else y'all talking about. Um. hmm, Okay, wait. I see some comments. I'm getting to y'all. Just give me a minute, cause I need to scroll back up, cause sometimes the way these things skip down. Yep, he should have been checking those IDs. Crocodile, I agree. Oh, pure integrity. You said Kelsey computer keeps changing Kelsey to Kelly, huh? Oh, when you type, got you. Okay, got you. Yeah, I knew that's who you meant though. Um, okay. Let's see. Significant other is what he calls T. Okay, that's right, Keita. Thank you. Significant other is what he calls T. Hmm. Let's see what else. We are talking like you don't own the place, right? I'm like, what are y'all talking about? I'm like, Oh, you eating your snacks, Golden? That's why you went back to the bushes. What you eating? Hmm. Let's see what else. I saw some other comments that I wanted to respond to. Yeah, Kita, you asked too, like, what she eat? What's Golden eating? Tragedy plays with Marcus Rage. Exactly, he really does. That tragedy is a mess. Look, when he asked him in that when he was getting that Monday makeover Wanda, he's like, "Yeah, what's up with these underage kids?" I was like, "That tragedy." I'm like, that's the problem with Marcus. He be thinking any of these people be his friends. I'm like, yeah, tragedy was going in on Marcus. I was like, like, well, like I really couldn't argue with tragedy on that. But tragedy called Marcus out from the beginning. It was like when Marcus was trying to, he's like, yeah, he's like, I don't need to tell you everything. He's like, I can talk to a therapist about it, but not you. So it's like tragedy got to sparm out, but he has some valid points sometimes. It's like, uh, I can't argue with you there. Um, Let's see. You say you think T may be a midlife crisis range, right? Marcus said he been in a relationship with his whole adult life with his daughter's mother, Crocodile. Mm. Yeah, well, he was with the baby's mother for like 14 years, he said, but everybody was like, he calls the baby's mother his ex-wife, but they were never married, which is very strange to be with somebody for 14 years. You don't marry them. It's like, what the hell? And you got two kids, like, uh, 14 years, what's going on? Like, well, that's what he said. I know he said that's how long they had been together, but I'm like, so everybody typically, well, not everybody, but a lot of people calls her his ex-wife, and I'm like, he's never been married. Like they were never married. Well, again, I think I think investing that much time with anybody you don't marry them, it's like, huh? But anyways, who knows? Right, Alan. He always tries to make them feel their channels would be nothing without them. How can he say, sir? Exactly. Yeah, but it's evident what it's about. It's like he tries to make it like he's giving them advice on how to do it the right way, but it's like he just knows that somebody like Chosen or Chaos may personally surpass him and do better than what he's doing. That's definitely the way it comes across. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what else, you guys. Um, Rach, you said I don't know who talks about their sexual improprieties in front of their kids or young people. Yeah, that's inappropriate. That's strange to do that. Pure integrity. Hey, you all. The other night when Troy's World was on, and he showed Ola's gel um, snapshot, somebody commented, "Hey, that looks like Quita." I was rolling the crying when y'all see Ola's gel. Wow. Well, yeah, Quita's mugshot. She definitely looks like a dude in most of her mugshots. Oh wow. I didn't know somebody said that. That's crazy. Yeah, Quita, woo. Without that wig and some makeup, that girl, she is she looks mm, sh- she does not look that great. Yeah, I remember Troy had showed one picture of her. I think she had like a mohawk or something. And I was like, what in the world? I was just like, okay. I was just like, that is interesting. Yeah. Slime, you said you're brown skin. I look light brown. Sometimes I look medium brown. Okay. Internalized racism, you said. Rage. It happens in the native community too. Yeah, it happens in all groups. Unfortunately our world is you know how that goes with stuff like that. Thankfully I just that type of stuff I just, I'll be like, look, I feel like, when you are when you experience enough in life and have different experiences, you ain't got time to be concerned about stuff like that. I mean, why the heck would I feel like my dark skin is I mean, now there are certain realities, of course, living in this country where I'm not naive. I know what the deal is, but I'm talking more of just like within our own cultures, like amongst the black race, the light skin, dark skin thing. I'm like, I ain't fighting that battle. Like, now it's different, like I say, in this country when you talk about dealing with racism and things like that. But yeah, the whole light skin, dark skin, I'm like, that's old at this point. Like, ain't nobody thinking about that. But like I said, I never had that issue anyways. I just never even thought of it in that. I don't know why I never thought of it in that way. I just never, I like, I just never did. So, let's see. Pure integrity. Dark skinned people come from the most beautiful complexion. I'm just saying. I mean, that's how I feel personally. I mean, I'm a little biased, but just saying. I mean, I personally feel the same way. No. I feel the same way. I'm just saying. Cassie, I love my chocolate skin. My parents have always made me feel like I was perfectly made and I didn't have to put a lighter complexion person down. We're all beautiful. Chocolate is fire. Exactly. I think it's the upbringing for sure. I probably feel that way because of the way I was raised as well. And I feel the same way. We're all beautiful. No matter what shade, I can appreciate all shades, of because that's the thing about us as people of color. It's just what I just said. We are people of color. Black folks, we come in all shades and all, and that's why a lot of people get confused. It was so funny because I have my dry cleaner I go to here. I had showed my dry cleaner. It was a part of my friend's wedding, and I showed him my friend whose wedding it was as a female, and he was like, "Oh, what's her nationality?" And I was like, "She's black." And this guy is like Middle Eastern something. I don't know. I forget what country he's from. And he's like, no, she's mixed with something. I was like, all black people are mixed with something. I said, but she's black. So, like, so it's so funny. Like other cultures sometimes are confused about like black people. We come in all shades and all, it's like but a lot of people think black people are only one thing or can only look a certain way. I'm like, people be confused. Oh gosh. Mm-mm-mm. Crocodile, yeah. Chaos interviewed Polo because yeah. And who cares? Like Marcus was acting like he can't interview Polo. It's like he don't Marcus don't own Polo. It's like Chaos can interview whoever he wants. Trying to manipulate Zartan, exactly. We are a box of chocolates, Keita. Okay. Slime. I think Vibes Queen don't show her face because she bleaches her skin. Now, I don't show my face either, Slime. And I don't bleach my skin. So Polo losing money by losing phones. Yep, he is. And losing opportunities like housing. Yep. Um, these comments just shot up again. Let me scroll back up, y'all, so I can make sure I don't because I know some of you guys make some good comments that I want to make sure I see. Polo losing. Okay, Rach, you said you're an outcast, been a melanin challenge name. Well, it's okay. I mean, look, I get how that can probably be though, but at the end of the day, look, it's all love. That's at the end of the day, that's all it is. Well, over here it is. I put it that way. It's all love either way. Cassie, what you talking about? I think VQ doesn't know any better and could be wrong. Easily fooled, I guess, but her co-host is Val. Yeah, that whole thing is a mess. It's so funny how Troy be talking about it. Keita, what did you say here? Bleach, she doesn't look like like her avatar. I don't think nobody looks like whatever avatars they put up. Rage, you say you still feel like something is off with the laptop, like a play. It isn't what they all say. Yeah, something's off about that whole scenario, and even the way Marcus. Well, a lot of y'all haven't seen that live, huh? Even the way he talked about it being stolen, something seems weird about that to me. So, ain't no telling. Crocodile, you said Kelsey's from Baltimore. No telling what she's running from. We all go through something or coming out of it. Yeah. Mm, yep. That's true. Never know. Cassie, you said exactly, Alan. She battles with addiction and she is a mom. Shaking my head. He is the worst kind of opportunist. Mm, yeah. Now I'm trying to think, Cassie. Who you say? we be talking about so much. I'm trying to think who you're talking about. She battles with addiction and she is a mom. Um, who were we talking about? Remind me who were we talking about? What you were responding to about that, Cassie? Um, because I'm trying to remember. Alan, can we talk about the fact that Cash has tamed edges and new nails all the time now since Marcus and he commented on them not done them. Oh yeah, yeah. I know one time he commented on something not being done. What was it? Her feet or something? And you saying now everything be done? Well, with the speculation that people is with that they're together, not together, but I guess they've done whatever, and which at this point, like I say, we know Marcus is a liar, so there's no telling. So let's see. Oh, Cassie, were you talking about Kelsey? You probably were talking about Kelsey, huh? I forget that she has kids, so that's why when you're like she's a mom, I'm like, who are you talking about? I guess you're talking about Kelsey though. Slime, what are you talking about? Keita B, what are you talking to Keita? She claims she's Caribbean, but even her accent sounds fake. She has a fake island accent, so I don't. Y'all be a mess. I'm trying to tell y'all, y'all be a mess. Mm. Oh, y'all talking about complexion, pure integrity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, dark. I think this, black skin is beautiful. Dark skin. I think it's just horrible that. Well, you got to think about it. The way it's been talked negatively about in certain parts of history, and how dark skinned people still to this day sometimes feel like it's not a good thing. You got to think whenever anybody tries to make something seem like it's not a good thing, you got to think about the reason behind why they're doing that. Because clearly it's something that is magical about it. That is a good thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just thankful that I never bought into that. Like, look, I know my chocolate skin is beautiful. It's like whatever. So yeah. Mm. Golden, what you doing? You back? It's like saying don't drink and drive, or actually drinking and driving makes no sense. I need to come back to California. Chinese food in the South Side. Oh Lord, Rach, yeah. Well, to me, the best Chinese food is in New York. I used to live in New York, but I lived in the South for a short period of time. Well, I told you I lived in Atlanta for 7 years. I lived in Atlanta, and you're right. I never ate Chinese food in Atlanta because coming from New York and then going to Atlanta, I was like, oh, what is this? This is not Chinese food. And I don't eat Chinese food that often here in California, but I'm sure it's good here too. Clearly, I mean, of course, because California has a huge Asian population. But oddly, I don't eat Chinese food that often here. You just kind of brought it to my attention. I'm like, but of course, I used to eat it all the time when I lived in New York. So yeah, definitely Chinese food is better here than in the South. I'm sure. Because I used to be pissed off at that Chinese food in Atlanta. I mean, but again, I was coming from New York, where again, New York has a huge Asian population too, and great China. I mean, you got Chinatown in New York. Of course, you got Chinatown here in L.A. as well. So you just got you can't beat that. That's authentic, real authentic Chinese food. Um, you said Golden didn't answer, so they being greedy, Keita. Wow. After the Monday makeover, spicy. Next, Jordan. Slime talk. You said, did we see Chosen Chaos girlfriend today? I didn't. I don't really watch his lives. I catch him sometimes, but oh, so he showed his girlfriend. What does she look like? What's going on with that? Yeah, tragedy blocked that. Rach. Hmm. Tragedy sure did say that. That's why Mark can't take him. I think Polo Market's only friend Crocodile. Yeah, that's what it seems like at this point for sure. Which that's not good if that's your only friend. Just saying. Zardan the Great. After the Monday makeover with spicy content next, Marcus. Well, he said he was going to stop doing it because Miss Wanda had spoke on that at one point when that was kind of came out, and she was like, "No, I'm not doing these for spicy content. I don't want it associated with it." And then Marcus' silly self gonna say, "Well, now we're gonna have to wait like a week or two for the makeovers to wear off to do the spice." I'm like, dude, you just don't get it. It's like, just do not get it. Um. Okay, let's see what else, guys. What else? What else? What else? Slime Kitty. Her voice is so forced and annoying. She might be from New York or something. Oh, you talking about vibes, Queen Slime? That she might be from. Yeah, I do think she's Caribbean. I've never have gone over there I've gone over there only maybe a couple of times and heard her talk. She does sound like she might be from New York originally. 'Cause I think she's in Florida now, right? And a lot of New Yorkers end up moving down to Florida, and so that it does. She does seem like she's probably Caribbean based on. It's like a New York type accent, but then like it's something else that'd be mixed in there. So it does sound like she's probably like maybe from New York, but maybe the family was from the Caribbean, something like that. Is what it sounds like to me. I'm not that familiar with her though, so I just know the stuff mainly from Troy's channel. When I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, okay. So what else are y'all talking about? Golden Jimmy, you said Brussels sprouts was your snack. That's a good snack. That's a healthy snack. That's good. Cassie, you said right. No order together all the time, land up making babies. Wow. Zartan, Mr. White should separate herself from Mark's practices. What is that about, Mr. White? Crocodile Mark is still grieving his dad, probably how he let his guard down. I done seen people I know go on Marcus' show and flat out lie. Yeah, grief can make you definitely yeah, but not to the extent he's gone. It's like, look, grieving or not, let's have some common sense now. Let's because I've been there. I've lost my dad and I've lost my mother, and I still kept it together. Now, I do know during those times, there were certain things maybe where I maybe had a couple of extra drinks or like, went out and partied a little more than normal or but I ain't gonna do nothing illegal. I'm gonna keep it cute. Keep it cute. So yeah. His name was Ola. Sounds like Roloff. Like wait. Sorry, what are you saying? His name was Ola. Sounds like Roloff, like little people from Y'all be a mess, man, with these comments. I cannot. Ola and Quita are the same jailhouse tattoo artist. Rage. Really? Quita is rough looking without all the enhancements that makes her look like a is. Yeah, she is pure integrity. I mean, almost like you would think she was the dude. Like, I mean, her face already is, even with all when she's all done up, it's not, it's a little rough. But once that wig and that makeup come off, it's like, whoo, Lord. But she be pulling, men, I mean, I don't know if that's saying much, but, considering what she does, but even beyond that, it seems she can still pull, but I guess, I guess her body is decent enough. I don't know. She's just, she's different. But yeah, once that wig and that makeup come off and whatever outfits, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of like with Quita. She's ghetto. She seems like she can be likable when She wants to be, but then when she gets into that really just ghetto and just ratchet behavior, I'm like, nah, I can't deal with that. You're doing too much. So, yeah. Cassie, you said pure integrity. My son is like a coffee with cream kind of complexion. I tell you, I love all shades. For dating, I prefer blacker than black. Okay, open your eyes or smile so I can see you. Well, you so funny. That is hilarious. Yeah, I'm not like that dark, but I'm dark skinned though. But I'm not like what you just described. I love that type of dark too, though. But yeah, I'm not. I'm more like chocolate, but I'm dark. I'm definitely dark skinned. Definitely dark. So let's see. Kita, I did hear her fussing, but couldn't understand what she was using two voices, and I was confused. Y'all be going in on these people. My goodness. Y'all be going in. Crocodile, you said I go from light to brown to chocolate in the summer. If I go in the sun, I work nights. Interesting. See, I just stay the same complexion for the most part. I don't really think I change. I mean, sometimes I can get a slight tan, but when you dark skin, you it takes more for you to get any type of tan or anything like that. So, yeah. Um, let's see. Wow. Cassie, you said right. Racism is enough. So to add colorism in the mix, no way. I choose peace. Yeah, man. Ain't nobody got no time. Like exactly, racism is enough. See, we can't choose racism. That is a system that's in place. So it's like to deal with that, and then colorism within our own. It's like ain't nobody thinking about that. We better know what battle we really need to be fighting against. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Mm-mm. Rach, you said your grandmother was darker complected and my dad was medium. I just never thought my any different about anyone. Then here comes my pale red haired self. Oh wow. Mm, that is so funny. Yeah. Let's see. See, the minute I touch this thing, then the comments shoot up. Kelsey is who you're referring to, Cassie. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, got you. That is what I thought. Let's see. Let's go back up here. Feisty stated tragedy has a baby on the way. By who? Be positively. Interesting. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, so crocodile tears. You said according to your answer, to you're 91% West African and 9%. Yeah, that's sounds like you're about what most black people in this country would be about because of course the 9% European part comes from slavery, you know. Um and most black Americans are of course West African. Your ancestors going to go there because of slavery, that's where they transported the slaves from. So yeah, that sounds sounds right to me. Yep. And that's why I was telling, like I said, my dry cleaner guy when he was like, "Oh, well, what is she?" I'm like, "She's black." He's like, "Well, no, she's got to be mixed with something." I think all black people are mixed. So, when you talk about in this country, like we all mix with something, some more than others. It might be not, more of a even mix but it's still at the end of the day, you black. It's like figure it out. So funny how people don't understand the history of this country and like black is many things. It's not one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the thing. They try to put black folks in a box, and we're not a box. That's the thing, you know. So it's like figure it out. So let's see what else, you guys. Let me see what else y'all talking about. Golden, you said your daughter and granddaughter are chocolate, while I'm more caramel, and my grandbaby said, "Out of them, I look weird. She looks loves her skin." Yeah, and see that's the other part exactly. Within families, we got all shades. Same thing with my family. Like I'm dark. All my nephews and nieces are like high yellow. Because of course, some of them. Anyways, those of us that know. Like it's like we come in all different shades and all different hair textures, even eye colors, and people just they think that it's just one thing, and it's like no, we got all type of different variations going on. um, Pure integrity. You said dark skin is for real beautiful as other colors as well, but really I check out many things regarding a person that can either be good, bad, or different. I check it all out when it comes to individuals. Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah, and that's why for me, people that, it just all boils down to that. It tells me a lot about a person. When you talk about dealing with racist people, for instance, it's like you really think that by looking at somebody and because you see a certain color, you can make a certain judgment and you think you know something about that person. It's like that's telling me way more about you than the person you're judging. So that's what makes racism so ignorant. It's like, really? That's showing me how really ignorant you are. Let me see what else y'all talking about. hmm Pure integrity. You said Kelsey has admitted that she has been molested, so this plays an important part on what her lifestyle predicts. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of like I think most of them have said that they've been molested, right, on his channel, and that's plays into the other part about when he has them doing this type of stuff that they do is like it's reopening trauma and wounds and stuff. Let's see what else y'all talking about. Cassie, you said Alan, they're gonna get slime talk when they take his tail over there later today. Watch. I bet they are. ah! Slime talk, what you say? It's 145 people in it. The same 10 people talking in the chat. It's so many people in the bushes and nosy people here just soaking up. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Some people just want to listen, which is fine because sometimes people are just unwinding for the night or just, you know, they just want to listen. It's just entertainment, for some people. So, yeah, I noticed that too, though, but I think that's normal. Hey, what's up, S Claim? How are you? Welcome and thanks for subscribing. You said he has a new page, really? Okay, thanks for that information. S Claim says Mucus has a new page. Mucus. Really? Interesting. Okay, I will have to investigate that. Pure integrity. Marcus was checking out Cash toes, and to me, every time Marcus runs into her, he's checking out Cash feet. Marcus finally semi complimented that Cash got her feet done. Yup, I noticed that too. Yeah, that and like I say, Marcus is. hmm Yeah, he's strange. Cause like I said, people have kind of spoken on that, and Cash it's come out enough at this point where I wouldn't put it past him. Natives claim white blood to avoid Indian school. My grandmother tried it and still shipped to one. History is right. Wow. Hmm. Did someone call Marcus Mucus? Yes, that's what a lot of people call him. Zartan, you said the best Chinese food is in Baltimore ghetto Chinese food. That is hilarious. Let's see. Oh, what's up, Los Angeles Street Blog? Welcome. Thanks for checking in. Chinatown got a few good spots. Yeah, yeah. I don't. It's funny. I don't eat Chinese food that often no more. Though, like since I've lived in LA, I don't really eat it that often. But when I lived in New York, I did all the time. So yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I don't, for whatever reason, like since I've been in LA, it's weird. I don't eat Chinese food here, but I do eat Thai food here, which is of course, different than Chinese food. But I rarely get Chinese food here. Um, Let me see. What else y'all talking about? You said you brought some Chinese food home and your cat ran away from you? Crocodile tears, man. Yeah, you know something not right about. Yeah, and see, I think that's weirdly why I kind of don't eat Chinese food like that anymore. Is because you just hear these different stories about different things, and I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna be eating Chinese food anymore. About the type of meat they really are using, and things like that. And I'm like, maybe I might need to stay away from some of that. Um, Cassie, I've been up and down the East Coast, but never to the West Coast. I'm such a creature of habit. Maybe once my sons go to college, I can go see what West Coast and Mid. Yeah, Cassie, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely completely different vibes. Definitely different vibe. I've lived on the East Coast. I've lived in the Midwest. I've lived in the South, and now, of course, the West Coast. I've been on the West Coast the longest of anywhere I've lived, but all completely different vibes for sure. So pure integrity. So Mark the Mucus has a new page. Not surprising, because oh boy, got to make his money. Yeah, well, he's probably doing the same thing because probably people trying to get his page taken down. I guess. So he's probably doing it out of being cautious in case that his other pages get taken down for whatever reason. He know he got to, like you said, got to make money. So because he gonna have some lawyer fees, that's for sure. So yeah, that's crazy though. Rage, you said Alan is there still an old soul food restaurant next to Capitol Records building? Huh? I have to see. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not far from the Capitol Records though. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure if there is or not. If you could tell me what the name of it is, I could probably find out, but I'm not sure. Um, let's see, you guys. What else? What else? What else? Is it? Oh, it's Sunday night, right, y'all? These weeks are flying by, right? And it's already August. My goodness, August 2nd. Let's see, Cassie. I just don't like people that they stay up all night throwing shade at people that never bother them, and as soon as person meets them where they are, now they're the victim. Yeah, I don't. As you guys can see, and I appreciate y'all being over here with me. I don't get into all of that, so FYI, if you're looking for any of that, it won't ever be on this channel. Any of the drama, I don't do drama. As you guys can see, I'm kind of chill. I feel like drama ages you, and it brings different stress and ailments on you don't need. So I don't do that type of stuff. The most drama y'all can get from me is me talking about this stuff, which to me, talking about this ASI stuff for me it's not drama. It's just talking about things that are relevant and that we need to be talking about. Some of it's entertainment. Some of the stuff we talk about concerning it, but a lot of the stuff at this point is stuff we need to be talking about. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that other stuff, some of the other stuff, I'll be like, what? Why are y'all? It's like, anybody has no time for that. My life is not built like that. I'm like, I like my peace. So, yup. But Um, let me see what else y'all talking about. Um, Keita, what you said? She's an HL. She looks manly, but it's a real one. What were y'all talking to? See, like, I'm like, I don't know. Like, think I know who you're talking about, but let me see. What the hell these comments do? Let me see. They done moved down. Um, let me see. What the heck happened to that comment? Okay, here we go. We go back up here. All right. Wait a minute. 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 Gonna miss Polo Moose left. Crocodile tears. He'll show up somewhere else. I mean, Marcus is coming back with content. So in the meantime, he just said he's not gonna be doing any more of that type of content, if you know what I mean. So I think we're gonna see Polo again probably in the next day or two. So Feisty would look better if she gained a little weight and wore better wigs. Slime talk. Well, okay, so let's talk about it. So if you go back to when we first met Feisty, she was way not way bigger, but she was always slim, but her face was much fuller. She doesn't even look like the same person anymore. So and yeah, now the wigs, and then she had like more of her natural hairstyle, like she had braids back then when we first met her. She didn't even wear these wigs, like she didn't wear wigs actually. She always wore braids, like natural braids, not like that braid wig that she had. Like it was literally her hair braided, like, but of course the hair added, but and to me she looked a lot better like that, you know. But she still was a little off even back then, but she just wasn't as, I mean, it's just like everything is completely different about her now. So I can't actually she was here, huh? Y'all had told me she was. I did actually see her in the chat briefly, which that's interesting. But yeah, that's interesting that she was in here for a minute. Let's see. What else you got saying? Quita tried to bully Maya. Crocodile tears. You think so? I don't think she could bully Maya. That girl Maya looked like she can. I mean, well, from what we saw, Maya can box actually, because they fought, and Maya don't look like nobody to play with to me. Like I think Quita and Maya is a pretty much even match. Like now, Maya is much better looking than Quita, but Maya, you can tell that girl. I mean, just look at the way she built. It look like she can fight a man. So yeah, let's see. What are you laughing at, Cassie? You talking about you so silly? Quita didn't like Maya as her competition. Yep, yeah, Quita definitely didn't like Maya. Yeah, she that was just strange the way Maya popped up on the channel anyways. Mm-hmm. Let's see what else y'all talking about. Thank you, Cassie. I appreciate it. Yeah, y'all like the live. Definitely like the live. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I'm not even sure how long we been on. Look, we clearly having a good time, y'all. We've been on here for about 3 hours now, just hanging out. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me and chopping it up. I definitely do. It means a lot, helping me grow my channel. I'm definitely in my early stages, so I appreciate you guys just hanging out with me and allowing me to run my mouth. You know what I'm saying? And give my views and talk about any and everything we want to talk about. Tragedy doesn't want to work crocodile tears. I agree. Let's see. Chris Tucker and Whoopi Goldberg was at that percentage. Not sure. Let me see. Yeah. Pure integrity. We come in all shades. Our black is beautiful. Just saying, God sure knew what he was doing when he shaded us in all the shades of blackness, dark brown. Yep, I agree. He definitely did. uh, let me see. I just saw you said something. Be positively. I wanted to say something in response to. Let me go back up. Where the heck? This damn chat. Now that pisses me off when it jumps up like that. And I see the comment and then it jumps up and I'm like, where the heck did the comment go? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. I'll find it. I'll find it. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. Maybe not. Let me see. Okay. Well, it'll come back at some point. I'll see it again. Um, okay. I see now because I went probably. Okay. I see. I'm back here now. Okay. Be positive. Here you go. Do not know if female contact feisty. Feisty could be lying. Okay. Okay, got you. Because I just saw that and I was like, I wanted to make sure I saw that. Okay, got you. Be positively. Okay, got it. Yeah, San Diego's beautiful, Cassie. I agree with Keita. You'd love San Diego, but you got to come to LA too. That's where I'm at. It's close. San Diego's only about an hour and 30 minutes from me. Well, that's without traffic. So, yeah, but San Diego's beautiful. What else y'all talking about? Thai is really good. Yes, I love Thai food, Rage. But it's weird, yeah. Oh, Thai Spice in Orange County. You did the artwork and marketing. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. Like that's mainly the type of Asian food I eat now. Is Thai food. Like I said, it's weird. I don't really eat Chinese food anymore. Um, so yeah, exactly. It's ignorant, be positively racism. Stress is a killer, crocodile. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said when these people be going back and forth with each other and stuff like that. Like I'm just not built for it. Which I don't have a problem not being built for it because I'm like I ain't got no time to be going back and forth with people, especially at the end of the day when you don't know these people. It'd be like what a lot of times these people don't even know each other like that. So I'm like, look, we need to be all on the same page here. We're here to talk about Marcus and the stupid crap he's doing. Like, what are y'all fighting amongst each other for? Like, I mean, I'm just saying, but I get it. It's a place for all of it. It's just I'm clear on who I am and what I'm about. So I just be like, oh, okay, great. But let's see what else. Um, Keita, what you talking? Oh, I'm far behind. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking? Look, are you the one that told me to change this to live chat? Look, that's the reason I'm behind. I'm like, damn, this shows all the comments. I didn't even know before. I wasn't seeing everything. It's okay. Look, we good. But I know because it'll shoot down, and I'm like, oh my god, what? But yeah, but there's so much to talk about, right? But and then I don't want to ever make anybody feel like I'm ignoring their comment. Okay, so and sometimes new people pop in. So just like let's see here, we got a new one, David Tub, David Dave TTA Bryant. Welcome and thanks for subscribing. See, sometimes I get new people. I don't want to miss them. Yeah, thank you for subscribing and for joining us. Let's see what you're talking about. Maybe you give us something else to talk about. Let's see. Oh my God, you talking about those 8 dreads? What 8 dreads? Who are you talking about with 8 dreads? What, Polo or who? Who you? Oh, y'all gotta be talking about Polo. Oh Lord, y'all be nice. I cannot. Why are Polo's dress always hanging by a hair? Miss Wanda worked it. Yeah. I knew you had to be talking about Polo. Y'all a mess. I cannot with y'all. Oh gosh. Yeah, she did work that though, huh? I mean, I don't know. To be honest, like I almost like the more I think he probably just need to cut it maybe, right? I don't know because once she did it, it was just like, wait a minute, Polo looks his age now. Normally it's the opposite when somebody gets cleaned up. It's like, oh, they look much younger. Polo looked his age when he got because Polo's what, like 44. So then he looked like his age when he got it done. He actually oddly looked younger with it just kind of scraggly and just all over the place. And so when he got it done, I'm like, he might just need to cut them dreads off. Like, I was just kind of like, It's like, I don't know. Like, okay. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, wow. Used to be green and things next to Capitol. You talking about the soul food? Okay, I'll see if it's still there. Interesting. There were things in the food studio. Stop eating there more. Wondering if I okay they if they have, and they probably not in business no more. Because I feel like I would have heard of them if it's still there. Green and things. Let me see. Actually, this is what I'll do, and I'll let you know. I'm about to look it up now. Hmm. Yeah. See, the minute I put it in some, it says Southern Restaurant, but this came up in Indianapolis, Indiana. So that's definitely. I mean, unless they move there. Let's see. I put green and things Los Angeles. Yeah, nothing came up in Los Angeles, but the minute I just literally just typed that in by itself, and it did come up as a soul food restaurant in Indianapolis. So it's quite possible that they just moved to Indianapolis. Slime, you said Marcus thinks Polo is his friend, but Polo would betray Marcus for 2 beers and 20. Exactly. He really would. It's amazing that Marcus thinks that any of these people are his friends. It's like, ain't none of these people your friends? I'm like, boy, bye. Like, none of these people thinking about you. They just want to, they get a ride to wherever they need to go, and like you say, he can get him a beer every now and again or whatever else. So, so yeah, that's all that is. Yep. Let's see, you guys. Slime, good night. Start going live on Fridays, especially after Troy's lives. Good night. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna go live Friday, but I had something to do. So, but Troy does his feedback show every night on Friday. So I was thinking that same along the same lines, and then that way we can talk about the people that called in. So we could come and talk about the call-ins and like what people were talking about. That's what I was thinking. That maybe I'll start going live on after Friday night feedback because that's always interesting to hear what people have to say about stuff. So yes, I will see what I can do about that slime for sure. But have a good night and thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Pure integrity. You said I love Chinese food, but many years as I lived in Riverside in the Empire, there are no good or great places to enjoy Chinese food. I really love it too. Yeah, yeah. I feel like Chinese food is one of those things where it's like only certain places or certain like cities where you really can get good Chinese food. But in this, yeah. So I can imagine. Okay, let's see what else you guys are talking about. Pure integrity. You sit hearing all the discussion, y'all are so entertaining. You done made popcorn and Kool Aid. Okay, look, that's what we do. That's what I said. We start out talking about whatever, and then wherever it goes, it goes. I'm enjoying it too. It's always interesting to hear different people's stories and stuff and experiences. Let's see what else. The connection, the pure integrity. You said the connection between Marcus and Polo and the crew, and everybody's getting something and the crew is everybody is getting something out of the deal. Period. Yep. Yeah. That's all it is. Everybody's getting something out of it. But it's funny how now ain't nobody left. Polo the only person left around. Everybody else gone doing their own thing. So yeah, callers are the content, Rach. Yeah, yeah. The callers can make it go anywhere exactly. They really can, and they do all the time. So it'd be like, oh, like what? Yeah. Some of those callers, I'd be like, what are they talking about? It's just like, wow, 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 wow. But it takes all types to make the world go round. That's what they say, right? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this week brings for what content markets I guess is gonna put out, and then I guess again with everything that's going on, I don't know, y'all, how long this is gonna last for Marcus. To be honest, okay, let's see. Rach, you said I am curious, what would make a man to now transport fights across multiple state lines? Look, Rach, your guess is as good as mine. It is the strangest thing. It's like, what is really going on? Like, what type of people are these that they are sending for her? like, like, what is going on? Yeah, I agree. Ah, I don't know. I do not know either. Your guess is as good as mine. Crocodile, you said Polo and Chris are the last missing. Is Chris still around though? We haven't heard from Chris. Yeah, we haven't heard from Chris at all. I mean, Chris is further out now, I think, so Marcus can't get to him as easily, but at the same time, still we haven't heard from Chris. So I don't know if he's the last one of the last men standing at this point. I think it's just Polo, right? Let's see. Polo looked older after his makeover, right? Be positively. That's what I thought. I was just like, oh, he definitely look his age now. I can kind of see, Polo was really against getting lined up. If you remember, Marcus was trying to get him to line his dreads up at the barber shop when Marcus was at his barber shop, whenever that was, a few months back. Actually, that was when Polo met Feisty, and when him and Feisty kind of got together, that's when Feisty was still with Truth. And Polo didn't want to get lined up then. It was like he sat down like he was going to get lined up, and not Ant, but whoever Marcus Barber is, that dude, he was going to line him up, but it didn't end up happening. But I think now I understand. I think Polo never wanted to get lined up because, as we see now that he is, it gives him a completely different look, which I think really it's better off that he didn't get lined up. Because it kind of made you see how it. Yeah, yeah, and kind of like a big pushed his hairline back, kind of, or maybe it was already pushed back in the way his dreads were covering that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Hmm. Yeah, Quita would have been the main character, I think, but all of her legal troubles and then the stuff between her and Marcus, I think, kind of messed that up. Oh, Chris is in Riverdale. That's where he's at when Marcus. Okay, that's not that far, really. I don't know why I used to think he was like way further out, like somewhere. I never knew where Marcus was going to see him, but I used to live in Atlanta, so Riverdale really ain't that far like that. Like when you're as well, I know Marcus lives in Midtown. That's not far. That's only about a 30-minute drive, if even that, depending if the traffic isn't bad. So I was thinking like Chris was way, way out somewhere further than that. Mucus is going back to the dungeons. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. Paulo had a whole episode. Marks in episode. Are you gonna do spicy? Wow. Yeah, Polo, like I was saying, I said in one of my videos, Polo's like the main character now in that spicy content. Polo looked like Cloud Davis. Prince, oh, what's up, Prince Paul? What's up? Welcome back. I remember you from the last live last week. You say he looked like Cloud Davis. You know what? Wait, it's so funny because the minute you just said that, I pictured what he looked like in the movie. I think you're onto something. He does kind of look like Clive Davis, at least since the makeover. Oh my God, that is hilarious. Rest in peace, Clive Davis. Wow, that's crazy. Mm. The dungeon isn't around anymore, though, right? That's all cleared out. Crocodile and the Rachel had mentioned it too. The dungeon is gone now. Yeah, he knows where Chris is at. Yeah. Pure integrity, yeah. The animal that's sent for feisty, if any truth is in this, probably has Marcus traits. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Nobody in their right mind would do it. You thought even Quita's lawyer told her to shut the hell up on Marcus's channel at one point? Yeah, definitely. Like whenever you're dealing with any type of legal matters, um, any good lawyer is gonna tell you to keep your mouth shut. They just gonna tell you don't talk at all. They're gonna tell you don't even go on social media. You know, so I think in Marcus's case, he kind of don't have a choice because he don't have any other source of income. So he's probably just gonna try to do some safe videos for now to make some money. Because at the end of the day, he know he's gonna get the people that's gonna tune in regardless. So, but he kind of knows he got to do something. Because he has to make some money. So yeah. It's the shiny skin, right? Is that what makes him look? Are you talking about what makes Polo look like Clive Davis? Is that what you're talking about? That's what I think you're talking about. Rage, yeah, I think they cleaned it up for World Cup. Actually, it happened well before the World Cup, though. I don't know if it was in preparation for that, but they shut that dungeon down a long. If you notice, he hadn't been interviewing down there in at least a year or more. So I don't know if it was specifically for the World. They should have done specifically for that. Um, I know they started cleaning up a lot of the encampments for the World Cup, but I feel like that dungeon might have been for another purpose because they've been kind of revitalizing that area for a while because that's like by the Atlanta Underground and all that, and they've been kind of cleaning that up for some years now. So, so yeah. Let me see what else y'all talking about. Um, Pure integrity. You say if you all notice, Marcus holds an extra tight to the ones that brings him content. Marcus began to chase them down, which is his money maker. Yep, he does. But he does it to the point where he runs them away eventually. It'd be like, okay, it's like even he starts getting on their nerves, and I think even they start realizing it's not worth it for what he's given them. Because if you notice, none of them last long. After a while, they all just kind of, it's almost like they come to their senses and finally get away. I mean, I can even give it to, well, I can kind of give it to Feisty. It seems like she even kind of is like, okay, enough. Like she's kind of over him, even though she's done her things, that have been whatever. Like how he says she's not loyal, whatever, whatever. But at the same time, you can really tell where, it's kind of like I think he kind of runs everybody away at a certain point, you know. Crocodile, you said they were downtown fighting the World Cup fans. Wow. Mm. Rage, you said I went to the aquarium and the tourist in ATL. Now Mugus has me like I don't know about that. Oh, you wanted to go to the aquarium? No, don't let Marcus's channel sway you. I lived in Atlanta for 7 years, and to be honest, Atlanta's a great city. I love Atlanta. Like I still go back and visit. I was just there. What's the last time I was in Atlanta? It's August now. I was in Atlanta just a few months ago. I was there because my best friend actually still lives in the Atlanta area, the Atlanta metro area. And Atlanta's a great city. Like if you watch Marcus's channel, you'd be like, "Oh Lord, no, no." But I mean, Atlanta has some beautiful areas. I mean, it's a large city, so of course you have those certain elements. But the aquarium's great. There's a lot of stuff to do. The Coca-Cola Museum, of course, the history with the um, civil rights movement. So you have Ebenezer Baptist Church, the original church that Dr. King, um, I guess that's church where I think his father originally pastored it, but then he's, of course, Martin Luther King, I guess, at some point did as well. And so, of course, then you have the house that Martin Luther King grew up in. That's there. That's still there. That you can visit. Then you have the literal, on that whole museum and everything with MLK, where MLK is buried, and now Coretta Scott King is right next to him, and that you can go visit. It's a whole block of all of that stuff. Um, it's so much to do. It's a lot to do in Atlanta. It's a beautiful city, actually, to be honest with you. But if you watch Atlanta Street Interviews, no, you wouldn't want to visit. Like you'd be like, what the hell? Like what is going on? But having lived there, I lived there like say 7 years, and then I still visit all the time. I actually really like Atlanta. Some beautiful neighborhoods, even within the city of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's always developing. There's so much going on, so many new developments, and like, well, actually, when I watch Atlanta Street Interviews, I'm always kind of like, what? Like, because I wasn't dealing with none of that when I was there. Because it's just like, it's all about what you surround yourself with and the people. So it's like I was like, oh, I wasn't around none of that when I was there. So yeah. So yeah, no, go to Atlanta. Definitely the aquarium is beautiful. 'Cause the aquarium is like what, the largest in the United States. So yeah. Definitely go visit. Go visit Atlanta. It's a great city actually. Um, oh, no problem, Rach. I know how I get. Sometimes I know it was a typo. Prince, you said you think Heaven gonna go out there to Los Angeles to be with CJ, huh? Right? I don't. Well, where is CJ now? Because now the her last I heard, FYI, this might be a little inside information. The last I heard, Cassandra kicked CJ out. So I don't know where CJ is at now. If he's still here, or I don't know if he's been posting or whatever. So I don't know where he's at now. But yeah, that's a good question. Will Heaven come out here to be with him? But I mean, out here, I think CJ gonna eventually have to go back to Atlanta because now if Cassandra kicked him out, it's expensive out here. Like it's not like Atlanta where they're gonna be able to find a bando like how they be finding those abandoned, places in Atlanta where they just be living. It's like, look, you're gonna be on the street here in Los Angeles if you try some crap like that. I mean, first of all, you just can't find any abandoned. That you see the places they be in Atlanta. They'd be like in new places. You know what I'm saying? Like nice looking, apartments or wherever they're at. Here it's like you're not finding nothing here like that. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, Atlanta's growing crocodile tears tremendously. Every time I go back to Atlanta, I'm like, what is this? Like, it'll be whole new neighborhoods that were never there. It's like, yeah, Atlanta, you know, it's actually a great city. Marcus definitely gives it a bad. Like you watch his channel, you're like, you would never want to go, but it's nothing like the overall reality of Atlanta is nothing like what you see on Atlanta Street Interviews. Right, Marcus focuses on the streets, so which every city has that aspect of that street life and the homeless, and so. Prince, you said the only future for Marcus is underneath the prison. Yeah. Well, at this point, I don't know if I think you just joined us, Prince, but yeah, he went live today, and it's definitely not looking good. Definitely not looking good. Yep, Crocodile Heaven needs to go home to grandma. Exactly. Take your butt back home, little girl. Prince, you said you would never move to Atlanta. What I saw in Atlanta, that place is so ghetto, Prince. No, it's really not. Now, Prince, I remember you from the last live, last Tuesday. You're in New York, right? You know, there's a ton of people from New York in Atlanta. There's a lot of people from Atlanta moved to New York. It's not ghetto. It's not what you see on Atlanta street interviews. It has a lot of beautiful areas, and it's a nice city. I like Atlanta. Like now, personally, like I've lived there already before. I wouldn't want to live there again, but whenever I go back, I'm like Atlanta's nice. It's actually very nice. Like I mean, you see some of those areas, and then what you get for your money. Even though Atlanta has become a lot more expensive, it's still overall an affordable, large city, and it has some beautiful areas. I mean, it really, really does. Like you go to Atlanta sometime, and it will be like, dang, I need to, because you can just get so much more for your money. Um, but yeah, if you watch Marcus's channel, I wouldn't want to move there either, based on watching Marcus's channel. But no, Atlanta's it's a nice city. I mean, it's so much. It's still growing so much. I think that's the main thing. And so yeah. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, Prince. Yeah, it is. That's what I say. You never can. Yeah, if you watch Marcus's channel, like, yeah, I would see why you would say that, but no, Atlanta's, it's a cool city. I mean, Atlanta, it's one of the fastest growing cities in the U.S. So it's like it's still some redeeming qualities about Atlanta, for sure. Yeah. Rach. That's cool, Alan. That's like me. That's why I like watching your channel. I was like, when did the hair shop move up to Highland? Which hair shop? You talking about Ant Shop or wait, or who? Oh, wait. Oh, you're talking about my channel when I'm doing here in LA. You mean? Because you mentioned Highland. That's here in LA. That is too funny. Yeah. So you see like some of the stuff I'm passing and stuff. Ah. CJ's in LA, too many warrants in Atlanta. Yeah, that's what I said when he came out. I said, yeah, he running for whatever in Atlanta. Yeah, yeah, Prince. Heaven would be stupid if she come out here. Yeah, they would be in a tent in LA, Kita. Exactly. Exactly. They'd be on Skid Row. Pure integrity. You said Marcus thought that Dominique would fall for his BS, but Dominique put that in right up out of his place. He had Marcus walking backwards. Right, Dominique had me rolling. She had me roll. Dominique had me rolling too. And especially when Dominique put them boxing gloves up. I'm like, yeah, Dominique ain't nothing to play with. Dominique is nothing to play with. That is for sure. Yeah, I was cracking up. Rach, you said I still really think Marcus thinks it will blow over like everything else. Yeah, Rach, I know. Because when I watched this live today, I'm like, does he think this is a joke? I was like, mm, he does realize he could be facing some serious time here. It's like he realizes it, but he don't. It really hasn't sunk in yet. You know, yeah, but yeah, he can play if he wants to, but it's like he don't have no choice. He knows he got to come back to make content. But what he did today was not the way he needed to come back. I was just like, yeah, nah, this is not what you needed to do. Yeah. You said Marcus will walk by five judges to talk to a cuckoo person. Crocodile tears. Prince, you said I think I will only live in downtown Atlanta. No, you don't want to live in downtown. Well, no, downtown is okay. That's a nice place. It's downtown, but Midtown is cool. When I lived in Atlanta, I lived in Midtown, which is very nice. That's actually where Marcus lives. So funny. Okay, so look, let me tell you a little story. Goes back to how he talks too much and he does too much. He doesn't realize how silly he is. On one of his lives, one time, this was a while ago, I figured out exactly where he lived because he's so busy doing, and I think it was like on the live, he was going to shoot like a spicy content scene or something. And on the live, he got out the Jeep. I saw the building. You know, if you've lived somewhere before, you know what the buildings are. I knew exactly where he lived. I was just like, oh, that's such and such. You know, I knew the name of the apartment community. And I was like, he is not smart. Like, you know, he showed it all on the live, you know, the building. And the part about it was in the part of the live, it showed the name of the building and the phone number. I was like, this dude. Actually, he did it in more than one live. And then the other live I saw him do it in, he um he said he said let me explain what happened in the live. So one of his um, you know, I'm not trying to be one of those people that say too much, but he showed where he lived in the live, and then he was going to meet somebody, and he said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, I'm right by so and so," and he said where he lived basically. And then when he got off the phone with that person, he said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, y'all know what area I lived in, but I don't live at the building that I said I lived in." Or no, he said, "But I don't live at the building that I just mentioned." But then I had remembered from a previous live that that was the building he lived at. Anyways, just stupid. Talks too much, does too much. Because I'm like, boy, you just you can't make this stuff up. So yeah. So Prince, you said just to be safe. Yeah, but no, you it's a lot of safe areas in Atlanta. I mean, you got I mean nowhere. I mean, you live in city, nowhere. We live anywhere, nowhere is safe. But so downtown, you said you live downtown. Downtown would be probably one of the last places I would recommend because I mean, you know, that's where Marcus and them be downtown, like where Ant Shop is. Well, that's yeah, that's downtown. And like that's where the dungeon would be. So I can say downtown is okay. You got some nice places down there, but then you do Midtown. That's nicer. That's right next to downtown, but much nicer than downtown. And that's where Marcus actually lives in Midtown. So Midtown is nice. It's nice. You know, I mean, you still gonna have some city elements, but it's nice. Then you got Buckhead, which is very nice. Um, and then so that's all there. You know, you got downtown, Midtown, Buckhead. Now they have an area called West Midtown, which is a whole new area, which is very nice. And it used to be kind of like it's by Bankhead, which used to be like the hood. I mean, it still is technically the hood, but Westwood Midtown is kind of like technically used to be kind of like Bankhead, but an area that I think was more industrial. But that's a whole new neighborhood they built that's real nice. You got a lot of nice areas in Atlanta. Then of course you go out into the suburbs, like you got Vinings, Smyrna, Marietta, like this really nice area. Atlanta just has a lot of nice, and like the thing about Atlanta is they just have so many new developments and stuff, you know. So it's just a lot of nice areas. I'll give Atlanta that. Like I'll give Atlanta props where it is old props. I would definitely do that. Even Decatur, for instance, like when they talk about being over on Glenwood and stuff like that, even on ASI, Decatur is a fairly large city. So even Decatur has beautiful areas. Like you go to downtown Decatur, it's beautiful. It's like it has some really nice restaurants and cafes and like, but then of course you got the bad parts too, like you know, like where they be at on Glenwood and stuff like that in ASI, you know. So like again, you can't go by what you see on Marcus's channel and think that that's like what Atlanta is. I mean, it's just like any place. Like here in LA, if all you see is Skid Row and somebody doing a channel about LA, and all you see is Skid Row or Watts or you know Compton, or you would think LA is a horrible place too. Like you'd be like, what the heck? I ain't never going to LA. But it's like that's not all of the city. You know what I'm saying? So, so yeah. Hmm. Let me see what else you guys are saying. You said race. You said a lot of people I knew in Long Beach moved to Atlanta. Yeah, the Black Renaissance in the early. Yep. Yeah, a lot of black folks from all over were moving to Atlanta, especially in the '90s. Even still, it's still the same thing going on. But the '90s was really, really when all of that, yeah, really started happening, and that's really when I feel like Atlanta was, yeah, that was definitely the place, especially in the late '90s, early 2000s. But even like I say, even still, you know, Crocodile. You said Gwinnett County is the suburbs. They chill, yeah, very chill and very nice out there. Even Cobb County, very nice. Yeah, Atlanta's just every time I go back, I just be like, I could do it again if I had to. You know, um, I could definitely do it again if I had to. Yeah. Prince, you said, do anybody think Marcus can handle jail? No. And especially not on the charges that he gonna go for. He definitely not gonna be able to handle it because they don't play that in jail. Anything with underage in jail, good luck. That's the one thing in jail that they don't play. Prince, you said I think Marcus will be the perfect jail wife. Oh Lord. Mm-mm. I don't know. Crocodile, you said you Uber Kai Sanat people. He lives here too. Yeah. See, that's the other thing about Atlanta. A lot of I see. That's what I love about these chats because we be getting into a little bit of everything. A lot of famous people live in Atlanta. A lot of people that people don't realize live in Atlanta live there. A lot of celebrities. The Rock lives in Atlanta. He lives in Roswell. That's a suburb of Atlanta. It's right outside of Atlanta. Um, Mariah Carey lived in Atlanta for some time. Elton John lived in Atlanta. Elton John just moved from Atlanta, just maybe about what 3, 4 years ago. He had a place in Midtown Atlanta for most of his career. Elton John lived right in Midtown Atlanta. Jane Fonda lives in Atlanta. Um, a lot of famous people live in Atlanta. That's the side of Atlanta most people forget about. I mean, of course, we know the people like Usher, who pretty much is from there originally. Jermaine Dupri, um, Ludacris, Monica, Sierra. But then there's all these other type of famous people that you wouldn't think live in Atlanta that actually live there. So that's the side of Atlanta. Of course, you don't see on AS side, you don't see Atlanta street interviews. So, and it's like, look, them people don't live there because it's ghetto. so, so yeah, Atlanta is like they always say Atlanta's the Hollywood of the South. It really is. Like a lot of celebrities live in Atlanta. Yep. Oh, really? Ray CJ was on the blue line. Ain't no telling where he was going. He'd be all over, I'm sure. Prince Marcus can't come back. He's done. Yeah, it's gonna catch up to him. I think for sure. Mm. Crocodile, yeah, down to Decatur is like a baby bucket. Yeah, a lot of old money. Like you got those neighborhoods right by downtown Decatur with all those mansions and it's old money. Yep, yep. I see all the places you mentioned there, Crocodile. Yep. Pure integrity. Marcus has not ever appeared to me astute as he wanted most to believe. Marcus had me second guessing him where I began observing more of him just to find out he is very braggadocious and understandable. Yeah, he never fooled me either. Definitely. Only thing I know about is Decatur is Outcast Rage. Yeah. Oh my God. Speaking of Outcast, when I lived in Atlanta, I used to be this restaurant I would go to called R. Thomas in Buckhead. And I was leaving out and I saw Andre 3000. And I was like, hey, what's up? Like, I just saw him and I was like, I didn't initially recognize him. And then like he spoke to me, and then I was like, that was Andre 3000. And then he was pulling out, and then like as he left, because I realized it was him at that point, he like, kind of gave me like a head nod while he was waving, like leaving out, and I waved at him as he left because by that time I realized who he was, and it was kind of like funny because it was almost like I guess he was wondering if I was going to ask if I could have a picture with him. But it took me too long to realize who the hell he was, and by that time he was pulling out. He got in his car and he was pulling out. But I was like, that was Andre 3000. So yeah. But yeah, you see celebrities in Atlanta all the time. I mean, just like here in LA, it's the same type of city. Marcus is from Decatur. Yeah, he is from Decatur. Prince Paul. He's from, I forget the name of the Belvedere is where the neighborhood in Decatur, I believe. Outcast from the SWATs, Crocodile. Where's the SWATs? I'm not familiar with that area, but okay. But I mean, I know you know because you're in Atlanta. Oh, you went to elementary school with Andre 3000 Crocodile? That's cool. Wow. Rage. Yeah, I was shocked to see Compton had $1 million price tags on houses, especially the old. Yeah. Well, that's because yeah, definitely they got million. I mean, $1 million house here is like what would be a very basic house anywhere else. you know, it's still like you're still not getting. It's not a mansion, that's for sure. But that's because it's changed. Compton is not what it used to be like back in the '90s. Where or '80s, of course, where it was all that. I mean, it's still gang activity, but not like back then, where you would be like literally like having all those drive-bys and stuff like that. So, what else are y'all saying? Crocodile, you said you used to see Jane Fonda and Ted Turner every day. Yep. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, that's the side of Atlanta that people don't realize. It's like that old money in Atlanta. Those really, really ultra rich people, like the Ted Turners, who he just passed away. Right. Rest in peace to him. And Jane Fonda, and like I said, Elton John lived there for years and years. The Rock currently lives there. There's tons of people I'm forgetting off the top of my head right now that live in Atlanta. Like I said, Mariah Carey was living there for some time. Whitney Houston lived there up until, well, no, she was left. She was gone by the time because she had divorced Bobby, so she wasn't living here anymore by the time of her death. But she was living here. Of course, when Janet Jackson was with Jermaine Dupri, she was living in Atlanta. Um, and then, so yeah, it's a lot of famous people that live in Atlanta. Marcus, yeah, Prince, yeah, the kids, I know, right? Short 6855. What's up? Welcome and thanks for subscribing and stopping in. Yeah, it seems like it's taking a while, but I don't. We're not really sure what. You know, we're not really sure, like what exactly. I guess the charges are going to be and how it's probably a little complicated right now. So they got to make sure. I guess they have all the evidence they need. I guess before they move forward. It's a little confusing, but whatever it seems like is going on, it definitely seems like Marcus is shook about it, So I do believe soon something is going to happen, where we'll know. So, and sure, you said, do you really think Marcus will go down for this? I don't think it's going to just go away. I think it's going to something is definitely, if I mean, if not for nothing. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how it can just go away because now the fact that he's messed with someone that is underage, or this whole allegation with that, I don't see that just going away and nothing ever happening. So now whether he'll go down for it, I mean, he still has to go to, you have the right to a fair trial and all of that. So, only time will tell. But the way I see it, I don't think it's going to end well. I don't, because I think he's pushed the boundaries and the limits too far for too long. So I think now this happened now with the underage girl, and I think now all of the other stuff is gonna come up, and they're gonna be like, "Oh no," they're gonna have to go ahead and pursue all of that stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, pure integrity. You said, "Now look, is Marcus really all that smart?" Y'all just exactly. I never thought he was smart. I don't, other people used to say that, and I'm like, really? What's so smart about about him? Rach, you said, sounds like me. I have celebrity blinds. I had conversations with Keanu Reeves at Raleigh Studios down on Melrose. Took me 3 minutes to figure it out. Right. That's how I'm always am too. I'm just kind of like, oh hey, because I'm the type of person, I'll say hello or whatever, like, just because if I pass somebody or, and then I'm like, hold up, was that so and so? Like, or I have the same thing. I have a conversation. And I'm like, I think that's how that definitely was with Andre 3000. I was just like, I literally did not realize it until he was pulling on. I literally looked in his car. I don't even remember what type I know it was some type of Jeep he was driving. I think at that time, maybe like what is it, a Range Rover or something like that. I think it was. And, and then he like looked at me again and kind of like gave me a head nod. And I was like, that was Andre 3000. Like, hold up, what? I was just like, okay. So yeah. Ola and Marcus gonna be roommates in prison. Lord, maybe. Right, you said, yeah, I was the '80s and definitely a '90s baby out there. LA was crazy sometimes. Yeah. I wasn't out here during that time, but I remember hearing about LA in the news. I'm like, dang. Yeah, LA. It was I mean, everywhere was different in the '80s and the '90s. I mean, I just feel like crime everywhere was much worse in the '80s and the '90s. So yeah, it was just different during that time. Let's see. Dre dad from Decatur. He went to Southwest DeKalb when he got um jabbed in Atlanta. Okay. Dre not gonna brag about his street days like most rappers. Okay, got you. Oh wow. They won't do anything until they have enough ducks in a row for a probable cause and grand jury race. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was pretty much trying to say. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's inevitable though at this point. I mean, I definitely do. And then especially if they're pressed about it, they've gotten a lot of calls at this point. I mean, I'm sure they've gotten hundreds of calls at this point from people calling in. And then the mother, in this case, see, they have somebody that's going to press that they do the right thing. Um, and hopefully she does press that they do, which I do think so based on the interview on Troy's World. And so I do think sooner than later, yeah, something's going to happen. Ghetto Mafia is Decatur. Okay, Crocodile. Pure integrity. Before moving forward, Feds got to dot all yep, all the eyes not, yep, exactly. Hmm. I wonder when regular and federal grand jury convene in Atlanta. Right. Yeah. Wow. What you saying about Pisces, Rach? what did I say something that was Pisces like? I can't remember. What'd you say, Crocodile tears. You said I remember in 2013 when I hit my dark times. Like I hate to see people go through it. Yeah, I understand that. I definitely understand that. Yeah, Prince, I hear you. Yep, yep. Rach, you said working in Hollywood, I never ever asked for pictures from anyone. Yeah, I'm not like that, anyways. I mean, I lived in New York for 10 years, and I lived in Atlanta, and now I live here in LA. And you get it's just, you get accustomed to seeing famous people, and then you just realize they people like everybody else, and sometimes they don't want to be bothered. Like when I saw Andre 3000. Granted, I didn't realize it was him initially, but he was getting food like I was getting food, you know, and he was leaving out. He had just picked up his order, and he trying to probably go back home and eat like I was trying to go back home and eat. So it's just like they ain't trying to be bothered like that, you know. hmm Croc, yeah, he got. You said Dre has a spot in New York, California, ATL. Yeah, I remember at one point he was out here in Cali a lot. Andre 3000. So I figured he must have a place out here as well. Prince, you said you sent Troy a picture of Marcus' forehead with the scar on Marcus' head. I took a screenshot of it. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Like, where did that scar come from? Right, multiple houses. I need to marry better next time. Right. Multiple houses must be nice. Exactly. I mean, yeah, and I mean, Andre 3000. What was the last album he came out with? It was like some type of random, like I can't remember what. It wasn't a rap album, but what was he doing on that album, Andre? It was kind of like we were like, okay, what's going on with Andre 3000? Like it was like something really random. I can't even really remember, but yeah, that's a different type of living when you can just kind of do whatever you want to do, and you're good. Braid, you said Pisces. That's how we are, floating around and won't know that. Yeah, okay, that's what you meant. Yeah, yeah, we definitely. We Pisces. We're just kind of like. I think we're hard to read sometimes. We're kind of hard to read. I think sometimes because we just be we're like floating around. We're just like, hey, I'm good. It's just I think we're just kind of we're just us. I can't even really describe what I would say we are, but Pisces are Pisces. That is definitely what I would say about that. We're cool though. I think Pisces are like kind of, I think we can be mysterious and we can be like, we're different, I think for sure. We're definitely different, you know, um, definitely hard to figure out, you know. When we're empaths as well, that's the thing. We feel a lot. So I think that's part of what I was saying before, like why we need our alone time. Like typically can be creative and we like to be in the spotlight, but then in that regard, but then it's like we have to have time to recharge. Yeah. Let's see. It was funny when you could tell celebrities were just trying to be normal, right? Andre is always at the beach playing instruments to skateboard. Yep, Kita, exactly. Yeah, that's why I say he was spending a lot of time out here at one point because I remember he was putting. You would see different videos, but it's weird because he doesn't post on his social media anymore. Really, I think like if you go to his page, he literally has like no videos on there. Or he was just going through this whole phase where it was like he was trying to be like very I don't know because I remember I read an article where he was saying that um felt like he couldn't be creative anymore. It was like he was had a block, and that's why he hadn't came out with any new albums because he was like he just felt like he couldn't be creative, like he just wasn't coming up with anything anymore. And then when he finally did come out with something, it was like something really random where he wasn't rapping. It was like he was playing something of an instrument. I don't know if it was the flute or it was something. And it was, and people were just kind of like, okay, what is this? Like, so yeah, yeah. Crocodile tears. You knew your grandmother was praying for you. The week she passed, all hell in my life went crazy. Wow. Yeah. Thank God for praying grandmothers. That is for sure. Those prayers definitely work. Even after they're gone, the prayers still work. The love below. Right, right, right. That you talking about Andre 3000, that song? Is that what you're talking about? The love below? I think. Is that a song or An album. I still know a lot of people that know Dre, my cousin, best friends with him. He was on the stage. Cool, that's what's up. Wind instruments, right? I know it was something random, Keita. I can't remember. His last album had no words. Right, right. That's what I remember. Yep, for that Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Okay, got you. I have people tell me that like you're different. People can't figure us out. Yeah, I have spidey senses. Yep, I love living alone. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. We're different. We're definitely different. But that's what makes us. That's what attracts people to us because we're definitely different. You know, we can be kind of like um, we're very intuitive. It's kind of like we know what's gonna happen before it happens. you know, um, our personalities definitely are just kind of different. We're just, but that get like I say again, that's what attracts people to us is that because we're different and we don't mind it. True Pisces, we embrace being different in that way. So, Prince, you're a Gem. Oh my God, what's I see all these Geminis in here? Everybody's a Gemini. We have a lot of Geminis in here tonight, Prince. Okay, Keita, I see. I hear you. I see. You said like a booty Collins, and then Crocodiles. You said that jazz album. Okay, that was the name of the jazz album. Rach, you said I don't know that I will have to look his album up, but played the flute. Okay, yeah, it wasn't the flute. It was some other. Somebody said it was some other random stuff. I just remembered. I was like, oh, okay, what is he's doing something different now? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Rage with the Geminis. Yeah, yeah, Prince. There were a lot of Geminis in here. Right, right. You said you can't type with the damn. It happens. It definitely happens. Boosie Collins, right, right, Keto. No, look, I said what you typed, and I'm like, I don't think that's their name, but thank you for the correcting that because I was like, I knew who you were talking about though, but then I couldn't think of what the actual name was. So I was just like, I know what you're talking about though. So yeah, I'm like, I don't know if that's the right name, but yeah, I knew who you were talking about. That is hilarious. I'm like, yeah, too funny, y'all. Wow. What is today? Oh, it's Sunday night. I was because we went live last time Tuesday. Now I was like, yeah, so we're about to start our week. He performed that jazz album at Piedmont Park. I remember that Crocodile Tears. Yeah, I saw that on some probably on social media somewhere. I saw where he performed um, that album, which was interesting. So, but I remembered when he went on somebody's podcast or something, and he was just talking about how he didn't feel creative anymore. Like he was just like it was almost like he said he didn't even know how to. He just felt like he couldn't write. Um, how he used to pretty much write his own stuff. He was like, he felt like it was just like he just couldn't anymore. But then not long after that, he ended up coming out with this album. So that was interesting. Yep. But yeah, y'all, that is let's see what else are y'all talking about. Dun, 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 dun. Yep. We were talking about my daughter has double Gemini. Oh wait, Pisces for sure. Rach, you said okay. Um, you said fans said Dre was high and kept playing the same note over and over and over. Yeah, I remember it was strange. It was just like What is going on? I remember people were talking about it like, okay, like what's really going on? Mm, wow. Hilarious. Yeah, I always like Andre 3000 and Outkast in general. Yeah, I definitely like them. Mm. So we still got 98 people, so it's a lot of people in the bushes still. And we got about 5 or 6 of us talking. That's so funny. Keita, you said Mrs. Badu sent his brain. Yeah, right? Monday night already? Wait, no, it's not Monday night yet, Prince. But it's Monday morning, you mean, right? In New York. Or what are you talking about? You talking about like right now? What is it? Because it's yeah, it's Sunday night here in LA. So it's gotta be Monday morning, you mean. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3 in the morning in New York. Rach, you said I'm going to bed. Good night. You guys. Take Oh Lord. You are too funny, Rach. It's well, yeah. Well, I'm incognito. You already know, so. But yes, have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. I will see. Maybe we'll go live again on Tuesday. Maybe I'll see. We got to see what Marcus puts out, what's going on, and what we're gonna need to talk about. But we're definitely gonna go live sometime this week again because we're gonna have to check back in. And but then yeah, I guess somebody said Friday night. That came up last time. Somebody said Friday night after the call in show on Troy's World. So maybe we'll do that for sure Friday night because we definitely should have something to talk about by then. But yes, Rage, thanks for tuning in again. We had fun as usual and get some rest because I know it's late out there. You said no one was the same after Miss Badu Crocodile Tears. Morning, Prince. Right. Okay, got you. Yeah. Monday morning. Yeah. Yeah, it just turned. It's just turned midnight here, just slightly after midnight. So yeah. See you, Range. Oh, you gotta work. So you work nights, Crocodile. Okay, got you. Prince, you said, do you think Feisty is ever gonna go home with her kids? Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling, cause I don't even know what's going on with all that. I know what one of the fathers did. Wasn't it like she couldn't see the kids or something? But I mean, I don't know. She's gonna have to get it together, right? I guess before she ever could even have really a chance to. But right now, she just still seems like she's on her own mission to do her own thing. So, yeah, I don't know. You said Slime Talk said that, Crocodile? Hmm. Keto, right? I know, right? I kind of agree, sadly. Crocodile, okay. It's 17 hours. Gotcha. Wow. So you got time, but yeah, if you work nights, that's. I worked nights before, but I don't really like working nights because to me it just throws everything off. I feel like I miss out. You miss out on stuff. Hmm. Oh, Keita, I missed you. Said good night. Okay. Good night. Thanks for joining us. We will see you again. Like I say, I'm thinking it's Monday, so probably by Friday we'll go live again Friday night. By then it'll be something happening that we really, really need to discuss. But if not, if we do need to go sooner than that, of course I'll always make an announcement so you guys know, and we can go sooner because we never know what might pop up. Because actually, I didn't plan on going live tonight. I was going to go live on Tuesday night, but then who went live, so I was like, oh, I guess I got to go live. So, so yeah. But I do appreciate y'all hanging out, and I always enjoy hanging out with y'all too. And like I say, discussing whatever we want to discuss. So what else, y'all? What else? Anything else y'all want to talk about? You said everyone's sleeping, right? Because I'm like, it's 90. Like, it's slowly going down. It's like 90, but I'm like, maybe that's probably what it is. People fall asleep with it on. Oh, hilarious. Mm-mm-mm. But I get it because most people are on um, East Coast time, probably more than likely. So it's still fairly early out here for me, even though I do have some people that are tuning in from my time zone as well. But yeah, mm-mm-mm. Wow. But yeah, it's been real. You said feisty kids will be grown by the time she go home. Ain't no telling. Mm-mm-mm. Wow. Yep. Well, it seems like everybody is dwindling down finally, but we did have a good live. We are at the 4 hour and 31 minute mark, which is great because that means we had some good conversations for sure. You said your body's on night shift mode, Crocodile. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you get used to it after so long, right? I did it in years past. It's not my preference for sure though. Definitely. But it's funny because I'm a night person, but when it comes to working, then no, I don't like to work nights. So yeah. Yeah, everybody, I think that's about, yeah, everybody seems like they probably are out for the night now. But it's funny, but then we got 90 people still left. It's what is so hilarious to me. Because this is the way I do it. So normally I'm like, okay, once I drop below 100 is when I end it. That is what I did the last time. So we dropped it below 100 within the past, like, what, about 15 minutes or so. But so that's kind of been my thing. It's like, okay, once it drop below 100, then it's like I can call it a night. But it's cool. We hang out a few more minutes, and mhm. Right, yeah, just not working. Yeah, yeah, I don't mind. Like I say, I'm a night owl, so typically I'm up. But then whenever I've had to work nights, I'm like, nah, that's definitely not my preference. Yeah, exactly. TV is watching them, and then that's the other part. You brought up an interesting point when you said that a lot of viewers are watching on their TV, so they can't type in the chat. So a lot of people do watch that way. So that could be what it is. So they can't even type anything in when they're watching on their TV. So That is probably the majority of the people that's left still watching. The TV is just on watching them. Ah, hilarious. Mm-mm-mm. Wow, but we had a good live, that is for sure. We definitely did, as usual. So that is all that matters. Mm-mm-mm. So, yep. Mm. Oh, okay, got you. So you're watching on your TV, and then you got your phone where you can type in. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So you can, yeah, that definitely makes sense. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, but I guess everybody else is gone off for the night, which is understandable because, like I said, it's late in most other places. So I definitely understand. So just making sure nobody else chimes in. And then I am going to probably call it a night myself. So, yeah, y'all, thank you for joining my live. Must have been a good live. We got to talk about the latest developments with Atlanta Street interviews and what everybody's thoughts were. And then we went on and talked about whatever else that we wanted to talk about, and which was cool. And yeah, we'll definitely do this again. Yeah, Crocodile. So um, we gonna see what happens tomorrow for sure. I mean, we know it's gonna be something. So and then like I say, depending, I might go live before because like I said, I was thinking of probably Friday night, but depending on what happened, I'm probably gonna go live sooner than that. So yeah, we'll see what happens. So yeah, but thanks for joining in, everybody. We're gonna call it a night. We'll end it here. And yeah, thanks, Crocodile. I appreciate that. Salute to you as well. Good conversation for sure. So we will see what happens next, y'all. Stay tapped in. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, share, turn on your notifications so you'll know when I go live next and when any new videos drop. I'll try to keep you guys posted. I'll make sure to still share with you guys what's going on with me out here and show you some scenes from out here in Cali. And yeah, we will definitely be tapping in soon, everybody. So everybody have a good night. And yeah, go and be sure to go check out my videos, everybody. I got some good videos that I think you guys will enjoy. All right, everybody, have a good night. Yeah, Crocodile, Tears, thank you so much. I appreciated the conversation, you and everything that you contributed tonight. Have a good night to you as well. All right, everybody, the 84 y'all left. We logging off for tonight. I'll be back again soon, though. All right, take care, everybody.